Nicole.
McCade Thorpe from Larbach and Amon, auditor.
Are we ready? Good. Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Cunningham Township Board for Tuesday, January 16th, 2024. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Here.
Mr. Evans,
Here.
Miss Hersey, Miss Colasetti,
Here.
Miss Bishop,
Here.
Miss Wilkin,
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Here.
Mayor Marlin,
Here.
Supervisor Chenoweth,
Present.
Assessor Owana.
Here. Next item on the agenda, approval of minutes from 4 meetings, September 11th, 2023, a September 11th, 2023 public hearing, an October 16th, 2023 meeting, and November 13th, 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Mary Alice, seconded by Jaya. Are there any substantive corrections? Grace?
I just had one question, sorry not bringing it up earlier, for the meetings on the 11th. I think with Chandra on one of those meetings on the 11th, it said you were there in person and one by phone, maybe?
The public hearing minutes has Chandra via phone.
Oh, yeah, sorry for the last minute, but if we want to just verify that and make sure they're correct and the same, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Are there any additions to the agenda? Okay. Public participation. Does anyone wish to address the Cunningham Town Board? If so, please step up to the microphone and state your name. All right, we'll move on. Committee to verify bills.
Greetings. Good evening, and glad to see everyone here despite the weather. Okay. So this last month, in the town fund, we had $62,035.46 in expenditures. In the general assistance fund, which also includes our grant funding, we had $161,920.31. Our total expenditures for the month were $223,955.77. And I'm happy to answer any questions about the town bills before going on to the supervisor's memo.
Any questions? Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? The clerk, please call the roll.
Ms. Wu,
Yes.
Mr. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Colacetti,
Yes.
Ms. Bishop,
Yes.
Ms. Wilkin,
Yes.
Mr. Quisenberry.
Yes.
That motion passes. Reports of officers.
Yeah, thank you. Next, I just wanted to highlight a few things from the memo, and then I had sent you an extreme weather response update. I just wanted to go over that as well. So the primary announcement for this month is that we have a new digital navigator train the trainer program that has launched. The trainings will start next week. We have a cohort of 3 current or former township participants who are going to learn digital skills and mentor others as future digital navigators. And there is some paid opportunity at the end of that, as well as a free laptop. We are looking for 9 additional folks for our second cohort. So folks who are current or former township participants who are interested can email me at danielle@ctso.org. I also wanted to point out at the very end of the memo, the Independent Media Center received an arts grant for hosting self-care writing workshops. I had supported the grants process as we're targeting the workshops to township participants. And right now we have 2 workshops, Wednesday, January 31st and February 7th over lunch. Lunch will be provided. The workshops are free. And it's an opportunity to have a space for self-care and healing. We're seeing it's one of many things that you will see this year in terms of events that are focused on mental health and supporting people through kind of coming out of the pandemic and normalization, to the extent to which we will have normalization. So I just want to highlight those 2 pieces. I did also want to let you know that general assistance has been increased. It's recommended by the supervisors, the township officials of Illinois to track GA to the TANF amount. That TANF amount has gone up, so we saw a pretty big jump to $425 a month, which I'm very pleased with. I think because we're underspending, and we'll see that in the financial report, because we're underspending, we should be fine with that. The only other thing I wanted to point out is, we are really trying to coordinate better with both cities. I know that you all saw in the news that Old Charlie's, there was a tent community, Old Charlie's, that was cleared. We were working with a lot of those participants, and they don't have phones, so we lost track of them during the clearing. So we are going to be reaching out to Champaign. I think there's been some staff turnover there. We've typically had a really good relationship with the staff there, so just trying to make sure that we're working in coordination if there's ever going to be a displacement of homeless residents, that the township can be involved, and we're working much more closely with Strides now to do street outreach, as Strides and Township are the only 2 places with paid outreach. The last thing is I'm going to point out the extreme weather response. I just want to go over this because I think there are some learning pieces. So as you know, it's been real cold, and the 2 townships employed 2 paid street outreach workers. Both of them are part-time on street outreach. We were very concerned because the Stride shelter has remained full pretty much since it opened. And we've been tracking folks in the community, providing street outreach services. So last week before the weather, we really tried to get a handle on how many people were actively unsheltered right then, because folks come in and out of housing, in and out of the community. And I have to say, I was shocked to count that we counted 35 unsheltered. That's 15 who regularly came to Strides asking for support. They had about a wait list of about 35 to 40, but those were regulars who were not able to be accommodated. And then there were 20 residents that we were able to actually physically locate. So we were physically in contact with 35 residents actively unsheltered, pretty much 48 hours before the storm hit. Strides expanded by 20 cots in the cold weather, as is their standard. And we ended up creating a 2-week emergency expansion of shelters and hotels. So we originally took 14 referrals from Strides, which opened up beds for some of the folks with low barrier needs. Some of the folks that we were working with, we were concerned without really significant case management may have trouble being independent in a hotel. So we kind of took folks from Strides, opened up those spaces, and moved folks in. So that got us essentially close to the 35. We did decide as an organization to have 2 staff members, myself and Martell Miller, really trying to give the rest of our staff time off, working Friday through Tuesday, traveling through the Twin Cities. And I've basically laid out the folks that we worked with. So in addition to about 10 people we were not able to make contact with for various reasons, and we suggested those folks, that the people who found them call the non-emergency police number. We were working with, about 12 folks. 2 of them refused service. The rest did engage in services. One person was a senior citizen in a wheelchair at a really bad time of the storm. I called the police 911 number for that person because I was really concerned about a kind of imminent death situation. We did have find 3 residents in an abandoned building in downtown Champaign. So we actually increased our hotel capacity to allow for that. And there were 4 folks who were exiting days in because they only had enough money self-pay for one day. They were exiting Saturday morning, so we basically have paid for them through about 10-day process. So in the end, if you look at basically in terms of housing, Strides went from 60 to 80 beds with the cots. No one was turned away over the weekend, so I verified with them today about that. We went from 8 to 28 residents served in hotel rooms, which is a huge jump. And I really want to thank our staff for making that possible. And then that doesn't include other partners who are housing. So we have about 16 in Sioux at Home. I didn't have a chance to count with Salvation Army. Their numbers go up and down, but it's usually just a handful in their hotel program. I do have 5 recommendations. One is that, and I've said this, these are not new, but I want to bring this to your attention given the timeliness. One is our community should really plan for an estimated 150 emergency shelter beds, especially in winter months. That's like, if you look at the history of shelter in the community and you look at the ways in which we need to expand, I'm not talking about families, I'm just talking about individuals. For individuals, that's the target, I think. And people have asked me many times, oh, is it immigrants? Oh, is it folks from out of town? Are we seeing more people? I would say it's been pretty consistent. It's what we need, and we need to solve this problem. I'm very happy that Strides has opened up on location. So I think that's a big piece of the equation. City of Urbana helped to fund that. I think that's a really good first start. I think we need to explore 2 locations. I continue to message that I do not think that people who identify as men and people who identify as women should be under the same roof. I really think that it would be helpful if women had a different place to go. We continue to have reports of sexual harassment, et cetera, and some issues, people not staying in the shelter because of physical danger concerns. So I really think that it's worth looking at a location in Urbana. It's pretty far from East Urbana to the shelter, although we do have bus service. We need additional street outreach workers to respond to calls regarding the homeless. I will be exploring grant funding for that piece. I really think we need to look as a community. It really felt like we went into an emergency weekend and we had 2 part-time people who had both worked already 40 hours that week. And that is ridiculous. And that is an untenable and unsustainable situation. We really have to redefine what we talk about in terms of public safety. We need to understand that social workers and street outreach workers are an essential part of public safety. I think that in the warm months, we should be doing emergency preparedness. Planning needs to include homeless residents with clear organizational roles. We did have a meeting with emergency management, public health, United Way, all the providers, and we discussed this. And the problem is, and I asked people to answer the question, who's in charge of making this happen? Raise your hand if your organization is in charge of making sure that we have an emergency preparedness response that includes homeless residents and the specifics of that population. There was no one who could raise their hands. Everyone, of course, has a piece to play, right? And they are willing and excited and interested in all the entities, but there's a need to coordinate that. So I'm sorry to say I can't give you an answer as to who. I'd love it to see it be public health or for see emergency management. The cities, we have to figure out who's in charge, but it's one of those items. And I think that homeless services, police, hospitals need a coordinated plan of action in supporting homeless residents regardless of the weather. As you'll see, one of the folks walking down the street with no coat and just wrapped in a blanket claimed they were discharged from Carl Hospital. We are investigating that claim. It is a claim. We drove them to OSF for frostbite assessment. I was very disturbed by that. But it is certainly not the first time that we've had people discharged from the hospital who show up at our doorstep or at Strides who really have severe physical issues that cannot be accommodated in those shelters. So I think it'll be important to coordinate those conversations and our response. That said, I would like to say, despite the fact that it was quite a scramble, and we did find some folks who were actively out on the streets, generally speaking, the folks that we had been working with who we were known to have as unsheltered, we sheltered, and those we found on the streets, there wasn't a single person who wanted to access shelter who did not receive it. Every person did. So I think that's my job as an elected official, and I wish I had more collaboration and resources to do my job better. So that's all.
Questions? Chris?
Thank you. First of all, did Strides go over occupancy?
No, they have been authorized by the city of Champaign to expand with the 20 cots in severe weather. And my understanding is that they're authorized to go further. They had staffing and safety concerns with going further that I would agree with. I think that 80 is a good ceiling for what they can do. So that's why they reached out to us and we came up with a hotel solution to keep them under 80. So that's my understanding. They didn't have to turn folks away. And honestly, they should receive a Medal of Honor for the work that they did over this weekend.
In your memo, you mentioned it would be better if, you're speaking, I think, for Champaign-Urbana, both towns, when you say we need a couple shelters, emergency shelters, and when you say we need 150 shelter beds, you're not saying 300 shelter beds,
Correct.
You're saying 150 for both towns, correct?
150 total.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Is there an assessor's report? Thank you. Unfinished business, there's none. So we'll move on to the annual financial report presentation. And I understand we have 2 people attending remotely for this report, or is that the next meeting?
This is,
okay.
Yes, this is this meeting.
Go ahead.
So, as usual, we have an annual audit of our books, and our auditors you have copies of the audit before you. Their printed copy is, there are also copies at the clerk's office and the township, and by law, anyone can come and ask to look at copies of the audit if they would like. We've secured Lauterbach and Ammon as our auditor this year. They have representatives present on the phone, and also our operations and financial and operations director, Nicole Filia, is also on the phone to answer any questions you might have about the audit. But I believe the auditor wanted to go through a summary of the report. And I just want to make a note about the timing. Typically, the audit is due by the end of December. Both last year and this year, we secured an extension from the state on that, and that was simply because the number of auditors available to do this work has shrunk. So they are having to kind of schedule it out. So that is why you're seeing it in January, not December. Is there a representative from Lauterbach and Ammon on the phone?
Yep. Just let me know when you want me to start.
This would be a great time. Thank you.
Awesome. My name is McCade Thorpe. I am an audit manager from Lauterbach and Ammon, going on around 4 years now at Lauterbach, and can't believe it, but 8 years going strong in the world of auditing. So definitely have seen a lot, and I can definitely say a big thank you to Nicole and Danielle again for another successful audit. Also would like to say a big thank you to the board for allowing me to present tonight and for allowing me to present over the phone. I appreciate that a lot, and thank you for that. So what tonight's presentation is going to be is a high-level overview of the audit financial report, which is the booklet that should be in front of you. It's one of two. We will go through that. If there's any questions, please let me know, and we can go over them. And since I am doing this over the phone, I'll let you know what page number I'm on, and I'll give it about 15, 20 seconds. But if I am moving too fast, please just reach out and let me know so I can slow down. Okay, so with everything said, we will start on page number 1 in the annual financial report. Apologies, before I begin, is everybody able to hear me fine?
Yeah, you're a bit quiet, so if you could speak up a bit, but I think we can hear you.
Speak up a bit?
Yeah.
Okay, yep, I can do that, yep. All right, so we will start on page number 1 of the annual financial report. It is titled, there's a title at the top called Independent Auditor's Report. So what this page is, next few pages, is the audit opinion. And for fiscal year 2023, we have given the Township a modified cash basis opinion, which is consistent with the same opinion from prior year. That is essentially saying we found that the financial statements are free of material misstatements and that there's no material weaknesses within the internal controls. So now we will move on to page number 5. This will be titled Management Discussion and Analysis. And so what these next few pages are, is they are essentially a high-level overview of the financials for fiscal year 2023. It avoids really the hard accounting methodology where it allows the story of the fiscal year to be told rather than through hard numbers and accounting verbiage. One nice part about these next few pages is that we provide this format to the township, where the township is able to review and add in any wording to help describe certain variances, why they increase or decrease, so you can tell a story in your own words. Another good part in these next few pages is there is some charts and graphs for those that are more of a visual learner. So next, we will go to page number 12. This is the start of the financial statements. And it will be titled Statement of Net Position - Modified Cash Basis. So what this financial statement is it shows the balance sheet at a governmental activities level. So this is the amounts of all the funds put together. And if you flip over to the next page, page 13, this is once again the governmental activities, so all the funds put together, but from the income statement, it is showing the revenue and the expenditures and the ending net position. Now, if you look over to page 14, this is probably what you're used to seeing on a monthly basis. This is the balance sheet that is shown at the fund level. So we see, again, the assets, liabilities, and fund balances, but at a town and general assistance level. And you flip over to page 16. Once again, this is the income statement. As you can see, the revenue and expenditures, but this is at the fund level. So we have the town and general assistance level. So piece of information that you can get from here is that you can see that there was a 12% increase in fund balance for the town fund by approximately $149,000. So that's kind of information that you can get from this financial statement. Now, if you flip over to page number 18, you will see in the top left corner, it is titled Notes to the Financial Statement. And what these next few pages are is essentially goes step by step of our testing procedures and accounting methodology that was used to determine the audit opinion, which was the modified opinion of cash basis. It's a lot of hard accounting methodology verbiage. So if the board wants to read through and has any questions, Nicole and Danielle have both my email address, so please don't hesitate to reach out. And the last page that we will go to is page number 38. So what this is showing, it is showing the revenues and expenditures for the town fund, but there, as you can see, there is 3 separate columns. So it looks at the original budget, the final budget or the amended budget, and the actual amounts. So if you recall, earlier on, I mentioned how there was an increase to fund balance of about approximately $149,000. Looking over here, you can see where there was either certain revenue that was greater than expected, or there were expenditures that were less than expected. So that can kind of help show you how that change in that position came about. So that is it for the audit financial report. I'll pause here now if there's any questions. If there's no questions, then I can move on to the management letter.
Are there any questions? James?
Yeah, I just thank you for this this report. Appreciate the detail. I'm looking at page 23, which is
Yep.
under the notes to financial statements, particularly note 3, deposits and investments. I'm looking at a number of risk descriptions that are in this area. And a few of them indicate that we do not have an investment policy to address those risks. What they don't seem to indicate is whether that's a concern or not. The absence of a policy isn't a concern in itself if we don't have a significant amount of risk in that particular area. So I don't know how to quantify whether any of these several risks here are something that we should be pushing forward for policy on.
So the good news is that back in October, an investment policy was passed. The township did pass. And so for fiscal year 2024, this footnote will be updated now that the township has passed an investment policy. Reason why we couldn't include it in this year's financials is because it was passed after the year end. So my advice would be to wait until next year's financials, as this footnote will change since the investment policy will now be in place for a full fiscal year.
All right, thank you. That's very helpful.
Any other questions? I see no questions. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so now we are going to move on to the smaller booklet. It is titled Management Letter. Danielle, if you can just let me know once everybody's ready.
This is, yeah, I believe it's in the packet under, was it page 5, I believe? That book just fell apart, but I believe it's page 5, so.
Yeah.
And just as you're pulling it up, to respond to James's question, there were a number of policies that the board passed in September, or August or September, especially for the township growing to the size that we are with a number of grants that we're supporting for homeless services. We put those policies in place, so. Go ahead.
Exactly. So,
Yep.
Okay, so
Real quick,
to begin.
I'm sorry, McKay, real quick. Danielle, everyone should have gotten a bound copy of the management letter.
Separate from the audit itself.
Yes. So there was a skinny one bound and a bigger one bound.
It was included in the packet.
Yeah, I think it was, oh, yep. Here, I'm gonna pass around the management letter. Yeah, I wondered why there were so many copies. So here you go. Management letter is separate. Here's a copy for you, then.
Just let me know when you want me to.
Yeah, I think
continue.
you, because the city council meeting will start shortly, go ahead and start.
Okay.
I think
Yep, I'll
everyone
make it
has a
quick.
packet now.
So the management letter essentially is just recommendations that we have for the township based on GASB standards or anything that we can see for best practices. So for this year, there were 7 new current year recommendations. 2 of them are new GASB standards, which GASB is the Government Accounting Standard Board that we will work with Danielle and Nicole to make sure they're implemented. The next 1, 2, 3, 4 current year recommendations are the policies, which the township has and the board has passed back in October. So in next audit, you will see that that these recommendations will be marked as implemented. There was just one fund, the general assistance, that was over budget, which the township is investigating. And then there was one prior year recommendation that was GASB 96 standard, which in working with Nicole and Danielle, we found was immaterial and did not have any financial impact on the township. So once again, management letter, it's more of either a heads up or best practice recommendation. With that said, I know we're kind of built on time. I just want to say thank you again to Nicole and Danielle for another wonderful audit. They respond to our questions and are a true pleasure to work with. And then if there are any questions afterwards, once again, Nicole and Danielle both have my email address, so please feel free to reach out.
Did we have any questions on the management letter? Thank you very much.
Thank you again, everybody. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you, McKay.
Okay, thank you so much. In the interest of time, you have a mid-year financial report before you that was included in the packet. So essentially, I just wanted to note, if you look at that report, we are underspending slightly. And there's a few things you can point out. One is we are greatly overspending on rental assistance. Rental assistance is a very high level need in the community. We are underspending on general assistance because there tends to be a lot of, unfortunately, low level and service jobs available in the community right now that don't end up being good enough to, high paying enough to pay for rent. But we are seeing a balance between general assistance and rental assistance. So our overall assistant budget is solid and going well. We are working to, we are going to see a pretty significant increase in our homeless services budget this month because, as I said, we went from housing 8 homeless residents to 28 homeless residents pretty much overnight. So you will see a big drop on that. That said, we do have capacity within our IDHS grant to absorb that. And so I think generally speaking, we've been able to weather various storms, no pun intended, with the budget that we have. But I wanted to offer to the town board members, if you see things in the financial report you'd like to follow up with, I'm happy to answer any questions. You can just drop me a line. Or if you have specific questions right now, I can answer. Otherwise, that's all I had for this evening.
All right. Being no questions, no further business before the Cunningham Township Board, we stand adjourned. And we'll move on to the Committee of the Whole meeting, and that'll be chaired by Mary Alice Wu.
Good evening. This is the Committee of the Whole meeting on Tuesday, January 16th. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Wu,
Here.
Mr. Evans,
Here.
Miss Hersey, Miss Colasetti. Here. Miss Bishop,
Here.
Miss Wilkin,
Here.
Mr. Quisenberry,
Here. Mayor
Marlin.
Here.
The first item on the agenda is approval of previous meeting minutes from 11/6/2023 and 11/20/23. Can I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Chandra, seconded by Grace. Any substantive corrections? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, those are approved. Next item is additions to the agenda. I'm not aware of any. The next item is presentations and public input. We're going to start with the presentation tonight for the fiscal year 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Good evening, Council. My name is Robert Kuzmanoff. I'm the Deputy Finance Director. I'd like to introduce our auditing firm, Lauterbach and Amen. Lauterbach and Amen and the city's staff recently conducted the fiscal year 2023 annual financial audit for the year ended June 30, 2023. Jamie Wilkie, partner with Lauterbach and Amon, is here to present the financial reports of that audit. But before she begins, I'd like to mention a few items. Generally accepted accounting principles and governmental accounting standards govern the presentation of our financial statements in the annual report being presented tonight. These audit reports are prepared on the modified and full accrual basis of accounting, while these reports you receive throughout the year are primarily on the cash basis of accounting. The main difference between these accounting methods is the timing of when revenues and expenditures are recognized. All reports presented tonight are available on the city's website under the Finance Department's Financial Reports section. Links to these reports are also in the fiscal year 2023 annual audit presentation memo included in tonight's council packet. I'd like to thank the city staff and the accounting staff at Lauterbach and Amon for all of their hard work on the audit. And I'd like to introduce Jamie Wilkie, partner with Lauterbach and Amon, who will present the FY 2023 audit reports.
There we go. I certainly want to thank you for having me this evening.
Could you pull that a little bit
Yep,
closer to you,
absolutely.
please?
Is that better? Good. Absolutely, we want to start off by thanking the team here. It is a large audit engagement. You guys are a large community with lots of activities going on, so we certainly want to thank the finance team. They really do an outstanding job preparing for the audit. Good communication throughout the year as well on things that are happening. So certainly we appreciate all of the efforts that are put forth preparing for the audit to present this evening. I will provide a high-level overview of the results of the June 30th audit, as well as give a few page number references for key sections that I always think are of interest to council, and certainly open it up for any questions that you all have. I know you got the township presentation just shortly before this, so a lot of the same kind of terminology, some similar recommendations, et cetera, as well. So we'll focus on the results for the city this evening. I will cover the large bound document as well as the version that's in your electronic copy. That does span 175 pages. Unfortunately, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board seems to be adding pages to our audits each year. I promise we won't be covering those in detail, but I will provide a few key page number references as we go through this evening. Starting with page 8, you'll find a copy of the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. This is another independent review of the city's audit each year, conducted by the Government Finance Officers Association. This is really deemed the highest level financial reporting that any local government can undertake. So certainly kudos for receipt of the award for last fiscal year. We have again submitted this year's audit to the GFOA, and we obviously anticipate receipt of that award for this fiscal year as well. Pages 11 through 13 encompass the independent auditor's opinion. Current state statute in Illinois requires that each local government that meets certain revenue criteria do in fact undertake an independent audit each year of the financial statements. We really have two goals related to that audit. Number one, to provide assurances that the financial statements are materially correct. That is indicated by what we call an unmodified or clean audit opinion, which you all did receive for the fiscal year ended June 30th. So the highest level opinion that the city can receive. The second goal of the audit is really to take a look at the overall internal control environment. While we're not providing an actual opinion on controls, we are required to take a look at policies, procedures, transactional detail. We do undertake third-party confirmation to validate balances. Certainly if there were any red flags or areas of concern in that testing, we would have to have that discussion with you all tonight. And I'm happy to report we had no such findings. So truly the cleanest audit opinion that you can receive. Two sections of the report that I want to point out, if you have future time to spend a little bit more time in them, would be pages 14 through 24 of the audit document. That encompasses what we call our management's discussion and analysis, or MD&A. I always say this really does serve as the executive summary to the report. As I indicated, you have 175 pages to digest. That is a lot. These 11 pages are really intended to cover the high-level results for the year, provide comparisons to the prior year, and discuss any major transactions or trends that we see throughout the financials. Certainly a great place to get that high-level discussion of those results. Overall, equity did improve for the year, so it was a positive year, as we say, from the standpoints of total assets exceeding total liabilities. And the details of some of those transactions you'll find within those 11 pages. The last section of the document takes you all the way to the back of the report, actually starting on page 150. This starts what we call our statistical section, and will take you all the way through that last page of the document. I always point out this section, one, because it is additional disclosure that is required for that award program through GFOA. But second, it really does provide a wealth of historical information for the city over the last 10 fiscal years, including non-financial results for the last 10 years. So really a wealth of information condensed on pages 150 through 175 of the report. We did have 2 new management letter comments as well this year. I just want to briefly kind of mention those. They are 2 new governmental accounting standards, or GASB pronouncements. They are GASB 100 and 101. We could certainly spend oodles of time discussing them and our opinions on them, but we will certainly be working with the staff here internally. Those are coming down the pipeline in the next couple of audit cycles, so we wanted to get ahead of those with communication and education, but we'll be working with the finance team on implementation. So I'm certainly happy to open it up for any specific questions this evening. I know it's a lot to digest, but we certainly appreciate you having us this evening.
Any questions? All right, and I assume that if there are questions, we should go through our finance department.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes those come once you kind of are in the documents themselves, so certainly happy to entertain any.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next portion of the meeting is public input. So I can get an understanding of how many people we'll have tonight. If you plan on speaking at the public input, would you mind raising your hand? Okay. Given that we have over 20 people, public input will be 3 minutes per person. Before we get started, I would like to state that I'd like to maintain decorum within City Council. Please refrain from commenting during other people's presentation. Public input. Everybody has the right to provide public input to the City Council. All right, with that said, we'll move on to the first person. There's a couple of people standing. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dua Aldasuki. I'm a local healthcare professional, a business owner, and a mother. I'm also one of 7 million Palestinian refugees and their descendants in the diaspora waiting for our right to return. Last week, I was the first one here, and as I sat here waiting for the meeting to start, I was filled with so much hope. I was so excited to be here as a member of the Urbana community was presenting a resolution for a ceasefire, a resolution recognizing the brutality of the Israeli regime against Palestinians. And he was not Muslim, he was not Palestinian, he was not Arab. He was a white American man, and as I looked around the room and saw the diversity in those that were here to represent us and to comment, I was filled with hope. I was truly hopeful that this community that I've made my home could be so aware of what is happening, so aware of the Palestinian struggle and what we have been struggling with for over 75 years. But then the meeting started, and you, Mayor Diane Wolf-Marlin, you opened the session and you said, let's remove the ceasefire resolution from the agenda because it is divisive. Let's remove it because there can't be anything good that comes from it. It's none of our business. You said this as 30,000 Palestinians were massacred in the past 95 days with our tax dollars and full U.S. support. So much so that we went to war with Yemen instead of putting an end to the fully documented and internationally recognized war crimes. And I was suddenly back in high school, sitting in a class when a teacher asked me where I or my family was from, and I said Palestine, and then I held my breath. I held my breath like I always hold my breath when I tell someone I'm Palestinian. I have to hold my breath as I wait to see what their reaction is, because for many Americans, my mere existence is divisive. The fact that I exist and dare to identify as Palestinian is a problem. But as time has passed, I've realized it's not my problem. As I thought about what to say to the City Council today, I wasn't sure what direction to take my 3 minutes, now 1 minute, with. Do I talk about the Balfour Declaration of 1917, the Nakba or the Palestinian catastrophe of 1947 to 1949? Do I discuss the Naksa, the Palestinian setback of 1967? Do I talk about the full siege on Gaza starting in 2007? Maybe the peaceful protest dubbed the Great Return March of 2018. Do I talk about the different colored license plates of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship have, or the different ID cards they carry? Or do I bring it to present day, where Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are literally being starved by Israel as a form of collective punishment? They are using collective starvation as a weapon of war. Not only is this a war crime, but it is also a crime against humanity. They need our immediate help. We need a ceasefire, and we need it now. We need our city council to represent us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Next person, please.
Yes, my name is Robert Silverman. I'm a resident of Champaign. I used to be a resident of Urbana. My mother was born in Urbana in 1916. Excuse me.
Sir, would you mind stepping a little closer to the microphone?
My name is Robert Silverman. I am a resident of Champaign. I've been a resident of Urbana at times, and my mother was born in Urbana in 1916 at Mercy Hospital. I have a counseling practice in town. I used to be the director of a teen program, the Champaign County Operation Snowball, which was a peer counseling teen program. And I used to write grants to the city of Urbana, and the city of Urbana funded the Snowball program for many, many years. I'm also one of the former directors of the Champaign-Urbana Jewish Federation. I was the director from 1995 to 1998. A little bit after that time is when the Urbana City Council developed the UPTV, Urbana Public Access TV. I believe it was somewhere in the early 2000s, 2006 maybe. I was looking through my files and I found something from 2008, but it was in those days. Once cable TV, which had been this brand new shiny object that everybody got into their homes and was very excited about, once Urbana started their public TV access, very predictably, it didn't take long for anti-Semitic material to find its way to the city council. There was a local person who would pick it up. It was mailed to him from a group in California that made anti-Semitic materials. Those materials get to the city council. The city council puts them on. They have 24/7 hours of 24/7 access TV. This predictably created a problem. Jewish residents who got cable TV started finding anti-Semitic material on their TV sets at home. Some of these people were Holocaust survivors. So we began to hear from citizens of Urbana and Champaign what's going on. We haven't seen these things for a long time. We don't understand what's happening. So as the community began to have dialogues about it, what's happening the last couple of weeks here happened back then too. Lots of people showed up. There were lots of conversations about what do we do about this. And I know these situations are different. The conversation is not so much different. We're dealing with the complexity of the world right now. And so I spoke at that meeting back then as well, and I came to the council and I said, my goal is not to tell you what to do. My goal is not to tell you to take down the videos, even though I had people telling me to come here and tell you to take down the videos. That's not the point. You can't take down the videos. The videos have to be shown. That's what the First Amendment is all about. We don't have to like the videos.
Sir, you're welcome to provide the remainder of your comments to email, and we'll include them.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
3 minutes goes by quick. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tiki Alameen, and I am a longtime resident of Champaign-Urbana. And I have also, for most of my life, have been calling for the rights of Palestinians. So I am here today to urge you to call for a ceasefire. The irony about today is that today is the day after Martin Luther King's birthday. Not sure if any of you took a moment to acknowledge Dr. King's mission and also what he lost his life for. What his life has been affiliated to is for the fight for justice and against oppression. And if King would have not been assassinated, he would have been able to acknowledge that Israel is against everything that he stood for, and Zionists, on all of their propaganda, is also too close to home, to the fight at home. In his last speech, he declared, I am not, quote, I am not only going to be concerned about justice for Negroes in the United States, because I know that justice is indivisible, and injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I'm concerned about justice for everybody the world over. So as a nation, we took a day off, schools were out, and even you postponed your city council meeting to uphold Dr. King's legacy, when in fact our government stands against everything that he upheld as we continue to aid in this genocide. In my fight to acknowledge those who are oppressed, Zionism and white supremacy mimic each other in so many ways. It upholds colonialism and the advancement of a people over one as key, also while stealing the land and its resources and dehumanizing the indigenous people of another. We have to stop allowing Zionists to hijack the struggle of all Jews as a reason to push their agenda. So many organizations who bring awareness about the Palestinian struggle are frustrated. Some of these groups are Jews for Justice for Palestine or Jews' Voice for Peace. They are speaking up to say enough is enough. Being pro-Palestinian is not anti-Semitic. I can acknowledge and have empathy with Jews, all while acknowledging that the apartheid state of Israel is oppressive to Palestine and Palestinians. I am here today as a local resident who understands my responsibility as a citizen of this world, as a black Muslim woman who wears her religious headdress and knows the plight of Palestinians, for me, hits so close to home, as someone who understands oppression so clearly. I am here today to urge you once again to call for a ceasefire to those who have a platform, such as you, some would say more power than the average citizen. One of the last things I want to leave you with is something that Martin Luther King said. He said, whenever you take a stand for truth and justice, you are liable to scorn. So my question for you guys is it because you're afraid of scorn or you just don't care? Either way, you have a responsibility to uphold justice.
Thank you for your comment. Person?
Hello. My name is Julie Watkins, and I am a resident of Urbana. And I'm here to make a process comment, not about the proposed ceasefire, though I do strongly support that. I was listening on the live stream last week, and there were many people who were saying that this city council is not the place for asking. But the reply has been that many people said was that our Representative Budzinski and our Senator Duckworth were not answering, or they were proposing things that did not seem to be what the general public opinion has been. Now, I don't know that there is local, very granular thing about what people say, but in general, that Washington, D.C. is not going along with what the country as a whole has been. And then this is the place where we have to go, because this is government. And I don't think you should say, no, we shouldn't be here. It is a place for collectively lots of local governments can talk to the upper government. And that's what people are trying to do. And so, again, this is a process thing, because 2 meetings ago when I made a public comment, it was all about local issues and local process. And there was a process that went well because everybody was listening to everybody. And then there was processes that were not going well because some people involved in the process were trying to game the system. And when we've got senators and representatives who will not Well, I think Durbin has said a little bit, but not enough. It is appropriate, and I think it should be acknowledged that it's appropriate. And when a process that's supposed to be about public engagement winds up trying to silence, well, that's the problem with the process. And the laws change because it's politics. Policies also change because it's politics, and because there's a political process. And I would like us to take this very seriously, because a lot of people are very concerned and have family and all that. So that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Good evening. I'm Mark Ansel. I spoke last time as well, and at the time I took the position that as a citizen of Urbana, I am grateful and respectful of the work you all do for the city of Urbana, and I said then, and I repeat now, that that is your job. And I admire and I'm grateful for what you do. I frankly questioned then, and I still question, the fact that you would spend time or have your time taken for hours on matters of international affairs, foreign affairs, national affairs, because your job is not to resolve those or even speak to those on behalf of a divided community. Your job is to help the city of Urbana. This is my feeling now as well as it was then. I would add just a couple of more comments about what I heard after I spoke last month. You know, I heard one reference to the fact that there's precedent for this kind of a resolution from Urbana. Over the years, there certainly have been times when Urbana has spoken about national and international issues, and in that regard, there's precedent. But sometimes the precedent is wrong. I feel it is wrong today. I felt it was wrong then. But there's one aspect of it I think that's more wrong than ever today. This community was somewhat divided on some of these international issues that you spoke to over the years I've been here, and I don't want to tell you how many. However, I have never seen this community so divided and so tense and so wrapped up as they are in this issue today. And I think that the nation is divided. And to say that the federal government doesn't speak on this is to admit that the nation's divided, and the nation can vote in the next election and will. I found many statements at state level. I found statements from Nikki Budzinski. I found statements from both of the senators on their position on these issues. But they didn't return phone calls, and that was the complaint I heard last week. So that's why they asked you to jump into these issues, because the federal government will listen to you. I don't want to go on much further about it, except to say that the emotions are so high. They are so high on both sides of this issue. And honestly, for you as the city council, if you were to adopt such a resolution as this, especially as one-sided as this resolution is, now that I've read it, you will make matters worse for this community, your community. And I beg you not to add to the tension, not to add to what's happening by speaking on something that you will have little to no practical effect upon.
Thank you, sir. If you would like to add comments, please feel free to email them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me.
Hello, my name is Abubakar Zafar. I'm a physician at Carl Hospital. On October 13th, a week into the genocide on Gaza, Dr. Matter, head of the radiology department at Shifa Hospital, the largest medical complex in Gaza, said that there's so much death, the hospital has to convert part of the ICU into a morgue. The smell of blood is everywhere. There aren't enough beds to hold all the patients. Others are on the floor. The smell of death is everywhere as well. This is just 1 week into the assault. Today, on January 16th, day 103 into the genocide of the people of Gaza, the situation is beyond bearable. nearly 600 attacks on the healthcare in Gaza and the West Bank in over 100 days. Over 300 healthcare workers have been killed. Nearly 30 of the 35 hospitals in Gaza are not functional. Only 6 ambulances are still functioning. Almost 100 children every single day have some limb amputated without any anesthesia. There was a father and surgeon just a few days ago who performed an amputation on his daughter without proper instruments and anesthesia in their house. Many cannot even make it to the hospital due to the continuous bombing and lack of ambulances in the area. Palestinians with chronic diseases are not receiving any treatment. If this is not remedied, untreated diseases could eventually kill more people in Gaza, according to the World Health Organization. According to a UN chief, nearly over half a million people, Gazan Palestinians, are in famine or at risk of getting there. We need a ceasefire, and I believe it does start at the local level for the city council to vote on a resolution for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Stuart Levy. I'd like to say I'm an American Jew. I live in Champaign, but I work and shop and am otherwise involved in Urbana, so I do feel I have a stake in the city, as I said last week. So as last week, I'd like to raise the question of the ceasefire resolution that was presented then. And I'd like to offer you a reason why you, as the city council, should consider it. Why is it a local issue as well as a national one? War is a moral issue, but it's also a pocketbook issue. Do we remember what happened to our economy across the US, including here in Urbana, as the hot war between Russia and Ukraine got underway? It was chaotic. It disrupted markets for oil and food worldwide. Prices for both leaped up. That wasn't the only driver of inflation, but it was certainly an important one. It still is. Today, with atrocities happening right now in Gaza as the war continues, the risk has been, as I was going to say last week, the risk had been that other countries would be drawn in. Last week I would have warned you that that was a risk. Now it's becoming even more, it's becoming escalated, and it's liable to be escalated further. We're acting as badly as we could to prevent it from going further. And the site for that war is a bottleneck of major worldwide shipping routes. What's going to happen to prices here on our shelves and gas stations if Red Sea shipping becomes too dangerous to use? And what is it that's pulling in neighboring countries? The Houthis in Yemen, the Hezbollah in Lebanon, they see, as people around the world do, they see mass slaughter happening and they see it as unjust. If we want to prevent that war from spreading, we need the slaughter to stop. And it is being fueled directly by us, by the United States, with our tax dollars, with our weapons, and billions in our money. If that conflict can be brought to a stop, then there can be room to make peace. In Israel-Palestine and in the wider region, we can prevent wider war, but so long as the conflict continues, that war will spread. Another point in 30 seconds. Some are attacking last week's ceasefire resolution, arguing that it is one-sided. If you read it, I think you will see that it is not so, and that's as it should be. To find a path to peace, we need to be able to discuss conflict without taking the side of one party only, without saying that one party is to blame while the other is blameless. That's a dead end. The resolution offered is on the right side of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good evening. My name is Rabbi Alan Cook. I'm a resident of Champaign, but serve the Jewish community of Champaign and Urbana. We are the oldest Jewish institution in Champaign-Urbana, and we are the only full-service synagogue in Champaign County. I'm also the founder, convener, founding chairperson of the current iteration of the Interfaith Alliance of Champaign County. And I founded that on the perhaps overly optimistic, perhaps overly Pollyannish idea that we could promote dialogue and understanding amongst faith groups here in this community. And for nearly 10 years, it has been very successful. Different faith groups have broken bread together, have studied together, have enjoyed one another's company. I'd like to perhaps teach a word tonight that people seem to have forgotten. That word is "and." I mourn for every death that has taken place amongst the Palestinian community in Gaza. And I mourn for the 1,200 Israeli lives that were cut down on October 7th. Brutal murders, rapes, torturing of children in front of parents, and vice versa. And I have heard no expression of empathy from anybody else expressing support for the current wording of the ceasefire resolution. I would love to see a ceasefire. I would love to see a cessation of fighting. But that cessation of fighting, I feel, must be two-sided. And with all due respect to the previous speaker, I don't see the current resolution as addressing both sides. Nobody in the Jewish community was consulted about the language of the current ceasefire resolution. Nobody has expressed any desire or need to see the 135 individuals that are currently still hostage in Gaza from October 7th to be returned to their homes and or to have their bodies repatriated to their countries if they are currently deceased. Let us, if we need to have a ceasefire resolution, let's work on language for a true ceasefire resolution that remembers this word and has compassion for all who are impacted by this conflict. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Hi, my name is Josh. I'm a lifelong resident of Urbana. I encourage the City Council to read the resolution carefully. It is not a neutral call for peace. Indeed, it states that Urbana stands in unwavering solidarity with the dispossessed residents and former residents of Palestine. Am I to assume this also includes the nearly 250,000 Israelis that have been displaced from their homes since the 7th? The resolution seeks to make it the official view of the City of Urbana that we oppose all active and proposed U.S. military aid to Israel. If the proposal is correct in its claim that federal taxes paid by Urbana residents makes up $425,000 out of the $3.8 billion we give to Israel annually, let it be noted that this represents 0.01% of that total. Indeed, the aid to Israel represents 0.062% of the total $6.13 trillion spent by the federal government last year. The idea that aid to Israel prevents Urbana and the USA from addressing crises related to homelessness, poverty, and inequality is meritless. The language in this resolution is not indeed a call for a ceasefire. It is rather a resolution condemning Israel's response to the greatest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. And remember, it was not only Jews who died or were taken hostage that day, but Muslim, Christian, Druze, Bedouin, and even Palestinian citizens of Israel, along with foreign nationals of at least 25 different countries. It calls on the U.S. to urge Israel to end the military campaign in Gaza and implement an immediate ceasefire. Is there not a third party to this war? Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or any of the other armed factions in Gaza? Any call for a ceasefire that does not also name these parties is not a call for a ceasefire, but a call for Israel and only Israel to cease its campaign. There was no call to release the hostages, merely a short blurb that states that the most successful moments of hostage return have been facilitated by ceasefire. Why did that ceasefire break down? Because Hamas militants fired rockets on December 1st into Sderot, ending the ceasefire. In fact, on the 30th, two terrorists shot up a bus station in Jerusalem while the ceasefire was still in effect. Of the 29 lines in the resolution, only 4 contain even a little bit of language that could be charitably viewed as calling out the actions of Hamas. One mentions that 1,200 people died, not were killed by, but died as a result of Hamas's attack. One mentions the lives that 100 plus remaining hostages are imperiled by ongoing hostilities, but again, no concrete call for them to be released. One says we mourn all civilian lives lost, as we indeed all should. And one calls on the City Council to condemn the war crimes being committed by Hamas, before then saying the council must also condemn the ongoing genocide being perpetrated by Israel, a complete mischaracterization of this war against Hamas. At no point is there a clear and unequivocal condemnation of Hamas's actions or their existence as a terrorist group with genocidal aspirations. Line 26 of the proposed resolution claims we stand against ethno-nationalism. But the claim that Israel is ethno-nationalist ignores that 27% of the country is not Jewish. Should we also condemn some of the 37 countries around the world that are made up of 85% plus a single ethnicity? Of course we won't. Hamas's struggle is indeed one of ethno-nationalism and anti-Semitism. To conclude, I will reiterate the Urbana City Council's purpose: to establish laws for citizen welfare, determine policies that govern providing municipal services, and approve certain mayoral appointments. Thank you.
Comment. Let's let everybody have their opportunity to address the city council. No, I was just asking that the audience allow everybody to have their time at the microphone.
Hello, my name is Marcy Goldstein. I've been in Champaign-Urbana over 50 years, at the last 10 years in Urbana, and previous at several times in Urbana. When I spoke last week, I said, I don't have anything prepared. I don't have facts and figures. And I spoke from my heart, and I'm going to do a little bit of that. First of all, I do want to say that I agree that the city council could have a resolution concerning the situation there, but not the one that's there. Because, as was stated, it's one-sided. Some of my heart breaks for the people of Palestine. The tens of thousands, I don't even know the number of innocent Palestinians who were killed. My heart goes out to them. But I also know that 20 minutes into the war, the UN was crying that the people of Gaza had no food or water. They continued for weeks saying people were starving and had no water. No one was questioning how the situation for Palestinians became so dire within hours of the war starting. Intelligent people understand that prior to October 7th, 65% of residents of the Strip were living in poverty, while Hamas and the United Nations Relief and Work Agency got millions in aid sent by the rest of the world. The IDF unit is overseeing the transportation of humanitarian aid into the Strip and said yesterday there are no shortages of food in the Strip, and that existing problems were caused by the inability of the United Nations to properly distribute the goods once they enter the enclave. IDF troops continue to find vast quantity of Hamas weapons inside schools, mosques, and private residences, including inside children's bedrooms, including in a compartment of a baby's crib. Hamas is using the Palestinian citizens as shields, and the only way that Israel can get rid of Hamas, not of Palestine, not of the Palestinians, but Hamas, who is staging this war, is to, unfortunately, go through all of these people. Hamas has that, the IDF says that so far in the Khan Yunis area, troops have uncovered more than 300 tunnel shafts, and more than 100 tunnels have been so far destroyed or rendered inoperable. It's those tunnels and the storing of weapons that makes it that the IDF ends up killing all these innocent civilians.
Feel free to
Thank you.
send the remainder of your notes. Next person, please.
Hello, my name's Sana Sabuala. I'm a Urbana resident. I came prepared with a statement, a 3-minute statement that included facts about how, about what's happening in Gaza, about how 85% of members of Hamas are people who have been orphaned because of the IDF's ongoing mistreatment of Palestinians. In between the time I wrote the statement and came here tonight, IDF forces have targeted the last remaining hospital in the Gaza Strip, and I've lost all of my words. So, I mean, I came here on, like, this is my first time coming to local government for anything. This is my first time at a city council meeting. And unlike Dua, who so eloquently talked about coming here with hope, which is a enduring quality of Palestinian people, I came here because I'm hopeless. I have no idea what to do, and I didn't know where else to go. And if coming to my local officials isn't where I should go, I don't know what to do. So I support the ceasefire resolution. Maybe it is something that is meaningless in the face of what our federal government is doing, but I don't have any other steps to take, and that's why we voted for you, right? So I'm here to make my viewpoint known to my elected representatives, because that's all I feel like I can do right now. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
My name is George, and last week, a handful of people who supported ethnic cleansing in Palestine came to the council to speak against the ceasefire resolution. Their message was disjointed and frantic. It ranged from the incoherent claim that a ceasefire would result in further violence to grasping at straws. A ceasefire isn't city business, and it wouldn't do anything anyways, to the outright genocidal claim that Israel has an unquestionable right to continue being an ethno-state and that the Palestinians in Gaza maybe deserve death for electing Hamas. Or my favorite, the all lives matter of genocide denial. The council should release statements on all other conflicts, not on Palestine. In contrast, the message from the pro-ceasefire camp was unified. Our federal representatives aren't listening to us. Our tax dollars are being spent on the slaughter of our family members and the families of our neighbors. The city should call for the bare minimum, a ceasefire, because only through ceasefire can hostages, Palestinian and Israeli alike, come home. The council has a duty to amplify our calls for peace when other democratic mechanisms are breaking down before our eyes. Now, I'm back here again to speak in favor of a ceasefire, except this time, things are even more dire. Since the last city council meeting, the United States has launched a series of strikes on Yemen. The risk of a major war is increasing day by day. If the U.S. continues down this reckless path, it's only a matter of time until our government goes to war with Iran, a war that would be devastating for our country, the climate, and millions of people across the world. In 2020, there was a small minority of people in our community who supported the cops that murdered George Floyd. Back in the 1960s, there were folks who supported Jim Crow and considered MLK a terrorist. Back in the 20s, there was a KKK chapter on the U of I campus. There will always be those who support violence, war, and racism. But they should not get to dictate to the council what it can and can't do, cloaking their arguments in procedural strawmen and outright lies. If we want Urbana to be a welcoming and inclusive community, we need to make it clear that the elected government, like the majority of people in town, does not support U.S. tax dollars funding rogue states with illegal nuclear weapons arsenals that claim a racial mandate to exterminate a captive population. I'd like to think most of you, and most people here, can agree with that, at least in principle. Caving to those who support continued violence and genocide does not unify our community. All it does is show the majority of us that our city council would rather stand on the side of racist division than on the side of peace. Please continue considering the ceasefire resolution and vote in favor of it when the time comes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Esther Pat, and I live in Urbana. On the morning of your meeting last week, I saw an email exchange on a local organization's listserv and asking people to come to the city council to support a ceasefire resolution. I support a ceasefire, so I was reading it. Someone else wrote in saying that we should write to our U.S. senators expressing support for a ceasefire. Then someone else wrote in saying our senators are useless, as you've heard from some people tonight. And then someone wrote in saying Senator Dick Durbin is sponsor of a resolution calling for a ceasefire, but it has unreasonable conditions. So I wrote to the list and I asked, what are the unreasonable conditions that our Senator Dick Durbin is promoting? And the unreasonable condition was release of the hostages. Now, I grew up hearing, drive all the Jews into the sea. Somewhere along the line that got sanitized from the river to the sea. But if you were alive, which many of the speakers here today were not, in the 1960s, 70s, or 80s, that's what you would have heard, because that was the official position of Palestinian spokespeople and, for many years, the leaders of 5 Arab League nations: drive all the Jews into the sea. It just, my blood boils sitting in this room listening to people calling Israel genocidal, blaming Israel for the starvation of people living in Gaza, but never blaming Hamas. Egypt wouldn't let supplies come in. Do they blame Egypt? No. No. Does anyone ever get blamed for anything bad that the Palestinian leaders, that Hamas, Hezbollah, any of them do? No. Blame Israel for everything. Today marks 102 days of captivity for 130-some people who were terrorized and kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th. I came here tonight for one reason. I'm so sorry to waste your time with this, and it is a waste of time. I was a city council member once, and yep, I'm grateful to you. The public comment is open for everything, and don't change it, but unfortunately, this is the price you pay. I have a question for every single person in this room, and I want you to, it's a personal question to ask yourself, and I want you to be honest about it. If your husband or wife or brother or sister or mother or father or your son or daughter were one of the people still being held hostage after 102 days, would you write a letter to President Biden saying, shame on you for requiring release of the hostages as a condition of ceasefire? I demand that you call for a ceasefire without releasing the hostages. That is what the people who came here last week and this week have asked of you, and I think that is unconscionable.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the City Council this evening? Sorry, Committee of the Whole, not City Council.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Iman Saada, and I'm here to speak for all of you. This matter is very, very personal to me because my father was ethnically cleansed from his village in 1948. You know, my father passed away a couple of years ago because of COVID, and part of me was, of course, heartbroken that he passed away. But now, you know, I feel like a bit of relief that he did not witness the genocide that is happening now in Gaza, and now his family, who moved from his village, which was in the West Bank, relocated into the Gaza Strip. Now his family is being also hunted from the north to the middle of Gaza, and now to the southern Gaza. He passed away, so as you know, this is very unfortunate, but part of me is relieved that he is not seeing this, this heartbreaking conditions that his family is suffering from. Do I want to be here talking to you now about this matter? I mean, coming in the frigid, temperatures, I don't want to. But the fact is that, whether I like it or not, I am being forced into this because I am paying for this through my tax dollars to fund, these operations that is happening in Gaza now. So through my money that I contribute, I send money in order to kill my family members there. Day in and day out, there are some weeks that go by without me hearing, a word from them. And they beg for me. Although, someone previously said that the Gaza conditions were very difficult. Yes, Gaza's conditions were very, very, very difficult from before, but it was never happening that people would beg for me and say, we are hungry. People left their homes, destroyed homes, and now they live in tents. That is the reality that we are facing here. And that's the guilt that I live with day in and day out, knowing that I pay with my taxpayer money to support what is happening there in Gaza. This is very humanitarian, and I know that there are, division amongst the community, but I urge everyone to listen to their heart. And I urge everyone to look at the humanitarian aspect of this conflict. And I want everything to be resolved as soon as possible, but until we realize that we have to make our voices heard through whatever means we can, that we should, first, and foremost, try to achieve justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else today who wishes to speak?
Hello, my name is Stav Ashur. Some of you probably are familiar with Bandolini's law, a popular proverb saying something like, the amount of energy needed to refute a lie is an order of magnitude bigger than that needed to produce it. The resolution we are discussing, the ceasefire one, is packed with tons of misinformations, half-truths, and straight-out lies that will take me, a person relatively familiar with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a good chunk of time to properly explain and disprove. And since I only have a couple of minutes, I will talk about my personal experience instead. My wife and I have been living in West Urbana for almost 3 years now. We've been blessed with wonderful neighbors, hi Esther, and met wonderful people whenever we went out to a garage sale, a community event, or a short walk in the streets. Immediately after October 7th, before the Israeli army even entered Gaza, before it started bombing, while my uncle and aunt were still barricaded in their house and with their children in the town of Sderot, where Hamas terrorists walked the streets executing Israeli civilians, while several of our friends who were at a music festival were still unaccounted for, sadly 2 of them were murdered that day, while all of this was happening, we hung an Israeli flag from our window as a sign of grief and hope. The flag was vandalized the next day. We were shocked. Soon after, we hung a new, unvandalized flag instead of the first one. A day or 2 later, it too was vandalized. There are plenty of political and ideological struggles in the United States and outside of it. There are many signs and flags in and around houses in Urbana, and never have I seen a single one of them vandalized. This conflict is bringing out the worst in people, and I'm afraid that the resolution of the ceasefire has nothing to do with war or suffering. God knows that there has been plenty of those all around the world these past years, and this is nothing but an attempt to agitate the community and rile up anti-Semitism in Urbana, cynically using the suffering of the Palestinian people who are being used as human shields by a vicious terrorist organization as part of its stated endeavors to ethnically cleanse the Middle East of Jews. Now, you might ask yourselves, what does he think that there's a connection between the flag vandalizers and the composers of the resolution? Well, shortly after October 7th, my wife and I started hanging posters, raising awareness to the hostages, Israeli, non-Israelis, elderly people, children, men and women held by Hamas. The posters had no calls for violence, just a picture, a name, a couple of personal details like age and nationality, and the message, kidnapped by Hamas. We were also very careful and never covered other people's posters. Still, some people found them so offensive, the posters, that they had to rip them off as soon as they saw them. One of the first videos we have of people ripping these posters was taken by my wife. I arrived shortly after, and it is of Ben Jocelyn, who was giving a presentation about this resolution last week. May we have peace soon, and may Palestine be free of Hamas.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else today who would like to address the committee of the whole?
Hello, my name's Jane McClintock. I'm a resident of Urbana, and I just want to speak in support of the resolution. I think that the best way that we're going to provide peace and that get the hostages back and develop a better situation in Gaza is to bring peace, not more violence. If we stamp out Hamas, then something else will come in that is as bad or worse if we don't create justice for Palestinians, as well as people living in Israel and everyone in the world. So I think, as a community that cares about justice, I would encourage us to pass a resolution that supports our values here. So thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Hi, my name is Camille Cobb, and I'm a resident of Champaign, but work and spend a lot of my life in Urbana, so feel a real connection to Urbana. I'm here because I stand in favor of a ceasefire. I really can't get behind the hopelessness that exists in the perspective that a resolution in our small city would make no difference. Even if it's just a drop in the bucket, those drops add up, and we're seeing more and more cities across the United States, big and small, passing and considering, discussing ceasefire resolutions. I also can't get behind the hopelessness that, in the view that talking about something like this will divide us. I really believe in our community's ability to simultaneously stand in solidarity with Palestinians and also firmly against anti-Semitism. But I also want to take a moment of my time to return to a conversation that's been ongoing in these meetings about safety in our community. Cunningham Township and other local organizations over the last several days have been undertaking incredible actions to help ensure that our unhoused residents don't freeze to death in this cold weather. And that's so great. However, they're still at least partially reliant on the police to implement these services. Today, I saw some unhoused folks, had a short conversation with them, and learned that they'd really like to be connected with some folks who could help them stay warm tonight. I called the non-emergency number. I think this is in Champaign, but the point still stands that after speaking with these folks, and the dispatcher that I spoke with responded with hostility to me and about these people. I was appalled. So budgets reflect our values and our morals. I hope that you'll recall experiences like this one when it comes time to discuss how the budget that we create distributes our funds. And I think that's relevant to both of these issues. Thanks.
Thank you for your input.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Ben Jocelyn. I thank you for all of your time and listening and care. I thank everybody who's come out. I find this issue deeply personal, not because I'm Jewish and not because I'm Palestinian. I didn't come looking for this issue, and it's not one that folks necessarily think I inherently sit in the center of. And I admit fully that I'm not the first person who's impacted by this. When I was in high school, I watched a 60 Minutes documentary put on by my high school professor that taught me that the Palestinian children teach their families to hate, or that the Palestinians teach their children to hate, and I wrote a sad, sappy piece on my Facebook wall wondering why violence continues to be perpetuated and passed down. It was my second year at university when I traveled with my mother and great aunt on a trip called Making the Road to South Africa, where we went to learn about international solidarity efforts and how apartheid ended there. Of the 38 members who traveled with us, 2 of them were Jewish. We talked with Graça Machel, who was Nelson Mandela's wife, went to his prison cell, visited the apartheid museum to learn about how that system operated and why that system came down. And it was there in that museum that I remember my politics on this issue starting to switch, because the 2 Jewish women who had been to Palestine brought the group together and said, these checkpoints that you see reproduced here in this museum are what we went through when we were trying to get through into Palestine. It was those Jewish women who offered us a celebration of Passover in terms of liberation that taught me my first sort of shift in this area. I then went to the Evergreen State College, where the professors who taught me had taught Rachel Corrie. Rachel Corrie was a young American woman who went over from Olympia, Washington, where I live, to Rafah, and she'd been attempting to build solidarity and a sister city relationship between Gaza and Olympia, Washington. She saw Israeli militarized bulldozers going to take down Palestinian homes, and she stood in front of one of the houses and was subsequently run over and crushed to death. Her diary, Let Me Stand Alone, was published and read widely by the students that I learned from and around, one of whom was a young Jewish woman who married a Palestinian man. The first time I remember meeting a Palestinian man, Palestinian of any kind. And he was shot by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, for the first time when he was 12. I didn't go looking for this issue. This issue continued when I was at Standing Rock and when I was at Line 3 fighting for indigenous sovereignty Palestinian youth activists were there too.
Else who would like to address the city council this evening?
Hi, my name is Avior. I'm working in the university. And first of all, before I start my speech, I want to say something for one of the speakers from the beginning.
Sir, you do have 3 minutes, but can you address the city council?
What?
Can you address the city council? Thank
I
you.
am addressing, okay. And I want to correspond to one of the speakers who talked about Martin Luther King, who said something about how against Zionism he was, but I want to quote from him directly from a speech he did in 1968, where he said, "Peace for Israel means security, and we must stand with all of our might to protect its right to exist, its right territorial integrity." So at least if you want to quote someone, give him the right respect and quote him correctly. Now, today there would be a vote brought by several people sitting here. They want you to vote on a resolution calling for a ceasefire. And as we heard last week, also they also want you to vote for the stop providing help for Israel from the federal government. Yet those people doesn't have an issue with supporting the Palestinian Authority, which pays salaries for murderers, for terrorists who killed Israeli people as well as American citizens. Basically, the people here that vote for the ceasefire have a huge problem with helping a state defending itself, but no problem paying money for terrorists who happily murdered also American citizens. Today, they call Israel a state committing war crimes and ask for a ceasefire. At the same time, we hear about the execution of 2 hostages, Itai Savoraski and Yossi Sharabi. Both of them have been executed lately by the Hamas as hostages with no reason. And let it sink for a moment. 2 people got killed for no reason as hostages, not even as a part of war or anything. But no one condemned it, no one said anything about it. In the resolution, there are 29 paragraphs calling for a ceasefire and mentioning the suffering of the Palestinian people, which are suffering. But only 1 paragraph on the hostages and the atrocities committed by Hamas. They claim Israel is practicing genocide in Gaza, but by definition, there is no genocide in Gaza. Its population is growing faster than the average in the Western world, and this is just a plain example for the propaganda, which is well used by the same people, ignoring the starting point of this war, the attack by Hamas. Today, Israel signed a new deal for a humanitarian aid, and yet you won't hear anything about it from any one of the speakers which is voting for the ceasefire. So eventually, you must ask yourself, what is being hoped to achieve in this ceasefire? Because we had a ceasefire on October 6th before the war started.
Sir, you can send us additional comments. Thank you for your comment. Is there anybody else who would wish to address the committee this evening?
Hello. Good evening, council members. We all want the war to end and to have a ceasefire and people can go back living in their homes peacefully. Actually, there was a ceasefire up to October 7th, 6:30 a.m. What did Hamas do during that ceasefire? So during that ceasefire, Hamas embedded military and terror capabilities within civilian population and infrastructure. They built tunnels underneath hospitals, underneath schools, mosques, and residential buildings, and made them into, practically military bases. So the reality that Hamas created is that all their military facility and all their terror facility was embedded within the population. And the reality is that they knew that once they are being gone after, it will be a damage to the civilian population, and they knowingly did that. Okay, so basically on October 7th, Hamas invaded into Israel, brutally killing, raping, burning, and kidnapping people. This is how the previous ceasefire ended. Israel retaliated to this attack with two goals: remove Hamas government and military capabilities, and the second goal was to release the hostages that were kidnapped that morning or that day. After the war has begun, Israel, which is fighting Hamas, not the Palestinian people, was making sure to let the population know where it operates, warn the population in different ways by phone calls, pamphlets dropped from airplanes, social media, messages, and a variety of ways to tell the people to leave these areas and to tell the people, and created humanitarian corridors to let the population leave to safer areas where Israel was not operating. 23,000 people died, Palestinians died during this war till now, which is a tragedy. But we need to keep in mind that out of the 23,000, there are 9,000 Hamas fighters that were hiding and operating within that civilian population. They were shooting missiles, shooting at soldiers, doing all their military operations from within the civilian population purposely to have this discussion over here about Palestinians, innocent Palestinians dying. Okay, so wars are terrible things, but who will gain the most from this ceasefire? That's Hamas. They will remain running Gaza, committing war crimes both against Israel and their own population, and hostages will remain in Gaza for a long time. A peace in the Middle East cannot happen with Hamas in power. It's against their charter. We need to strive to a two-state solution through negotiation and peaceful
Thank you,
talking.
sir. Is there anybody else who wishes to address the committee this evening?
Hi, my name is Bara. I spoke last week as well. I work in Urbana. I work at Carl Foundation Hospital. And similar to last week, reaching out not just as a healthcare professional, not just as a city member, but also as somebody who is deeply connected to the Palestinian issue due to having family there. As my mom had mentioned earlier, we did have family there, and unfortunately, I can't tell you their stories because there's too many of them dead to tell you their stories. If we went through them, we would be here for a very long time. So instead, I'm going to just mention that between January 8th, when we last met, till today, there's been over 900 people killed. And that is almost the same exact, like it's almost similar to the population of Urbana High School. I think Urbana High School is 1,100, 1,200, so it's a very similar number, just to give you perspective on that. And I wanted to speak about some other things, but after I heard some other people talk, I did want to mention some stuff that in Gaza, from speaking to our family and also just from the news, most of the population of Gaza was unemployed prior to October 7th. And at that time, most of them were starving. And what led, and as somebody had mentioned, think about the captives. A lot of people in Palestine, in both Gaza and the West Bank, over 1,000 of children who weren't being charged were held under detention. And you could hold a child under detention without charges for 6 months. And at the end of the 6 months, you could extend it further. So we knew kids who were being held for no charges simply because they threw rocks at tanks. Kids who were 9, 10, 14. So it was a very difficult situation. And I also want to mention that it was mentioned that Hamas had tunnels under the hospitals. However, after many news sources went through and they looked at the satellite images and they went on the ground and discovered it, they saw that most of those were lies. The tunnels, that what they thought were tunnels, were actually tanks for swimming pools, for a therapy pool, and as well as the pictures shown by the Israeli army, if you look at them, were actually found to just be calendars written in Arabic. Everybody reading it in Arabic thought that it was a joke. And as for the weapons that they saw, they had a little sign next to it in English that said weapons, and everybody knows the language in Gaza is Arabic, not English. So there is no reason to put that on their things. So as a lot of disinformation is being put up, our voices are being silenced. And that is happening not just on the national level, but also on the state level, which is why we come to you, the city level. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Is there anybody else who would like to address the city council this evening? All right, with that, one more.
Hi, I'm Jake McGinty. I spoke last week in favor of the pro-ceasefire resolution, representing what I felt was an important and often missing perspective from the Jewish community, as I often see others try to speak for the whole community. I'm back this week surprised by the responses I've received from others in Urbana within the last week, largely from other Jewish people who felt similarly afraid to speak out publicly against the Israeli government currently. I would like to express my appreciation that the City Council has ended up being the venue that began the important conversations around this. And I hope that it can be a reminder that there are many voices not represented here that feel seen at the meeting that benefit from the actions that are made here. Speaking again now, I'd like to provide this as evidence that this does matter at this level of government. I don't think it's a waste of time to try to undo the alienation that has unfortunately and clearly happened. That healing happens locally. So I encourage the council to not brush this under the rug, further alienating people's feelings in the community and pushing conversations into the dark, because this clearly matters. Thank you.
Comments? Unless there is somebody else, I'm going to close public comment. I do want to acknowledge that we have received many, many emails. Several of them had asked us to read those out loud. Unfortunately, the network at the city building went down today, which has made it an incomplete list that we have right now, so I won't be reading any of those tonight. They will become part of the minutes once the servers and the network is repaired. All right, with that, the next item on our agenda is new business. We have resolution number 2023-12096R, resolution approving and authorizing the execution of economic development agreement with Champaign County Economic Development Corporation for fiscal year 2023-2024. Just a note, there is an additional one, and I'm assuming that we're going to be presenting on both. I'll read that now just so that everybody's aware. The second one that will be part of this presentation is resolution number 2023-12097R, resolution approving and authorizing the execution of economic development agreement, Experience Champaign-Urbana, fiscal year 2023-2024. Community development, economic development.
Good evening, everybody. Just want to introduce Carly McCrory-McKay and Jane DeLuce and Madeline Wolski, who are going to go ahead and do their presentation first, and then I'll go through the memos to make recommendations.
All right, thank you. The floor is yours.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to present this evening. As staff said, we are going to do EDC slides, hand it over to Jane for ECU slides, and then at the end of Jane's, we'll cover some of the programs that we do together jointly. So real quick, just sort of a quick refresher on who we are. So we are the Regional Economic Development Organization covering Champaign County, but work very closely with partners across the community on a variety of different economic development initiatives. Of course, very closely with the city of Urbana. We focus in a variety of different areas, a lot around business outreach and industry engagement, and we are the proud host to an Illinois Small Business Development Center in our office, and have Madeline here with me who leads that center, and we'll be covering a few slides here in a little bit. But as I said, a lot of our efforts at the organization focus around business outreach and industry engagement, and that certainly layers into a lot of the programs that we have, a lot of our everyday activities, and a lot of the joint work that we do together with our partners across the county. So digging into a few different examples of some of the areas in which we cover, we do a significant amount of company engagement. So we work with companies across the community, from our smallest companies and entrepreneurs to the largest employers throughout Champaign County. This is done in a variety of different ways, one-on-one visits with companies, retention visits, meeting with companies who are interested in locating in our community and responding to site selection RFPs, and of course just being a good go-to source for companies when they need anything under the sun. We also work very hard to connect them to funding resources that are appropriate for their organizations, whether they are looking to expand, whether they are looking to retrain some of their incumbent workers. There's a variety of things that we do. One of the things that we've been focused on this past year is expanding translation services across the community. So working with the Public Health District, we were a subrecipient of one of their grants, and we've been working with all of the key stakeholders who work with employers, with us, and then also with those who are seeking employment in our community to make sure that they get their websites translated. So, you know, adding a simple Google plugin goes quite a bit. So those are just some examples of the ways in which we're expanding language access in our community. But to jump into some very specific examples, of course, at the end of the fall last year, Dart Container Corporation announced their closure here for the manufacturing facility. And that was about, I think it was August 25th. That same day and over the next several months and even interviews, and they could just have the contact information of the hiring manager so that they could then make decisions what was best for them and move forward. At the same time, we also brought in all of our rapid response services. So as you can imagine, it wasn't just about the actual job. There were questions around unemployment, health benefits, and extensions. So our LWIA and the One Stop partners came in, provided educational trainings, one-on-one meetings as part of those, and that was all done in multiple languages as well. You know, when this is happening, certainly there's a lot of factors to consider, and so we wanted to provide as many opportunities as possible for conversations to be had. There were companies who had job openings at that time that were looking to fill roles. There were some that would be hiring within the next month that would have relevant roles to the skill sets that the employees had. And then we knew, just based on our conversations with some of the impacted employees, that they were going to be looking at other opportunities. So completely going in a different direction, and they might need training and services to do that. So we had all of those partners on site too, and of course that includes Parkland College with some of the programs that they had, and we had some other folks go through those programs. All right, jumping to just another sort of specific example, but speaking to an industry as a whole. Ag tech has been one of the fastest growing industries here in our community, and one of the things that we've certainly been focused on as an organization where we see a lot of potential for investment and growth and attracting companies here and growing jobs. In February 2021, we had done and released a report looking at different opportunities for industry clusters that could be developed in our community. We had identified 3: med tech, manufacturing, and ag tech. Part of the reason that we knew that that was an area of focus is because of the rich assets that already exist here in our community between the University of Illinois and the fact that we are, of course, surrounded by farmland. And so that creates a unique set of assets that is really a differentiator for us and other communities who participate in this space. So we knew in February of that year that that was an area that we sort of needed to pivot towards and work with all of our community partners to achieve some results that we wanted to see. We certainly have a lot of strong assets here from the world-class facilities at the university, strong workforce development partners in Parkland who are nationally recognized in this space, but we also needed to develop some additional programming. So we've done things like supporting the launch of the Illinois Ag Tech Accelerator, which attracts companies from all around the world to come here for either a 7-week or a 12-week course. We've had a lot of success in that program and have seen companies relocate their company here to Champaign-Urbana, including one, Boston Bioprocess, who just relocated and moved from Boston last year and is currently hiring if anybody's interested. But one of the things that we've talked about for several years is really this ag tech corridor that exists between Champaign-Urbana and Decatur. We have a lot of the startups and the research capabilities, the workforce training programs, and of course there's big-time assets that sit in Decatur from a bioprocessing and fermentation standpoint, being ADM and Primient. So there had long been conversations about ways to really capitalize our region and be a leader in this space. So that's something that we had been talking about, but an opportunity came across our plates in May of last year, and this is where a lot of time and effort has gone into this concept of what we now call the IFAB Tech Hub. So in May of last year, the Economic Development Administration released a notice of funding opportunity for what they were calling this newly formed Tech Hub program. The state of Illinois, through their new public-private partnership called Innovate Illinois, did an open call from communities across the state asking for what their ideas were. They selected us as one of 2 proposals that the state and the governor's office was going to submit, and we were the only downstate proposal that they put their full support behind. So we were really excited about that. Had about a month turnaround to put together a proposal and submit it to EDA. We were then in a waiting period, but ultimately in October, we got the really excellent news that EDA believed in what we had proposed and selected us as one of 31 tech hubs across the country. And really important to note that we are the only one focused on bioprocessing and fermentation out of the 31. So since that time, we have been hard at work putting together our phase 2 application. And essentially what this designation gives us is a strong endorsement from the federal government saying that within 10 years, you have the capabilities to be the world leader in this space. So that's what we're working towards. We have 31 consortium members as part of this hub. We're continuing to add strategic partners. Our eye is certainly on the prize for this February 29th deadline, where we'll be asking the EDA and federal government for $70 million in funding to bring to this community to be able to accomplish the things that we'd like to do in this industry. But we certainly know that $70 million is not going to make us the global leader in 10 years. There's a lot more investment that needs to occur. So we're going to continue to look at additional funding mechanisms. Right out of the gate, though, the projects that we're putting forth are about $300 million total in investment that would be coming to this community as part of this EDA application. So sort of why we're doing this and why we're so focused on this is because we've proven that there's a lot of success in this space. So speaking to the world-class facilities that exist in this community, one of them is the Integrated Bioprocessing Research Lab on the university's campus. It opened 5 years ago, and the timing was just perfect because it coincided with the real rapid growth and expansion within this industry, where companies were looking for a partner to be able to do their R&D research to prove out some of their technologies. So IBRL, for short, has been open 5 years. They've worked with over 100 companies to date. They've also trained 450 plus students and industry professionals as the experts in this space. So we've seen that there's this ability and that we're attracting those companies to come to our community to do this research. Now, what problem are we addressing? So this is really the why behind IFAB as a whole. So ultimately, the challenge is that there's a lack of fermentation infrastructure in the United States. And so the companies that are traditionally coming to our community to do the R&D research are ultimately, when they're ready to graduate and take that next step, they're not staying in the United States to do it. They're typically going to Europe to do that next phase. We want them to stay here in our community once they're done working with IBRL, and potentially before they go on for extra large scale-up facilities like that you see there on the right within this infographic, which would be the ADMs and the Primients in Decatur. We're essentially working to build more of the pilot and the demonstration scale facilities that you see on that infographic, and we want to build that here in our community. Now, that's part of what our ask to the EDA is for that $70 million, and if we're successful in getting that funding and other follow-on funding, we can do a variety of things. We can build more of what we need in that space. We can expand our workforce development programs with all of our community colleges and labor organizations. We can support more companies. We can attract more companies, and we can keep them here when they're in that middle stage. And then from a broader perspective, too, we can attract more significant investment in this space because it is growing quite significantly. So this is something that we're really excited about. There's a lot of state support behind this effort and project. There's a significant amount of federal support coming as well, and it's certainly something that we'll be focused on even beyond this February 29th application to EDA. And of course, we like to tell the world about all the wonderful things going on here. So every March, we have our annual Ag Tech Week, where we really celebrate our robust ecosystem in this space. But we also host a variety of events that week with many community partners. So there's the summit, there's tours that happen where you can see these facilities. Parkland College does a showcase for area high schoolers where you can come in and see these applications in practice. But we also use this week as a business development opportunity too. So we have a lot of folks who come into town to participate in one or more of these events, and we're talking to them about the strengths of our community and why it's important to be here and be engaged. So we're excited about that. That's coming up in March. As I mentioned, we work with companies from large to small, and so a lot of our focus is around small business support programs and services. Madeline's going to talk a little bit about the SBDC here in a second, but I did want to call out some of the more recent work that we've been doing to support small businesses in this community. So the EDC applied for and received a grant from the state of Illinois to become a community navigator. This has been going on for the past few years, but ultimately the goal is to help small businesses take advantage of all of the economic recovery grant programs that have been rolled out from the state and from the federal level. It's a hub and spoke model, so we act as a hub and then we have spokes attached to us who are doing this work. It's a lot of one-on-one assistance for businesses, outreach, technical assistance, helping them through the application process of a variety of different grants. But the state has certainly rolled out several grants over the past few years, and more recently has rolled out really a lot more targeted grants. So in the last few rounds, just important to call out, there were some that were targeted towards arts, hotels, and restaurants. And then this most recent round was targeted towards businesses that had opened during the pandemic, so 2020 and 2021. Out of a lot of the programs that had been allocated to date, they weren't eligible to apply. So it was really important that the state put together this program where they could access up to potentially $30,000 in grant funds. So that application closed January 11th, and we'll be working through sort of the next phases of that process with follow-up to businesses. But we're hopeful that we'll see some more dollars coming to this community in Champaign County overall. And then just with the state grants that have been allocated, as you'll see here on the screen, we've helped bring over $5 million in those grants just to Urbana businesses. Not going to touch too much on this one because you guys all know about it because you voted on it and supported it. But just to note, utilizing the Urbana ARPA funds, we were able to help work with Justine Peterson, a micro lender, to establish the COVID-19 Recovery Urbana Small Business Microloan Fund, where small businesses can access up to $50,000 in funds. This was made possible, of course, by the city of Urbana, working with us, Justine Peterson, and then leveraging dollars from the lending partner of Wood Forest National Bank. We've had great success and engagement around this, certainly a lot of inquiries since we rolled this out in late October. This was following the Champaign County Government Fund that was launched too. And because of the work that was done with that fund, Justine Peterson was actually recognized by the SBA for that program as Micro Lender of the Year. So certainly a lot of interest in this space and something we'll continue to work on. What's really key and important here is that we ensure as much business success as possible, and we provide wraparound services to those who need it. So in addition to things like credit building, business plan assistance, when somebody comes in and meets with Justine Peterson, who's located in our office, they can also, of course, get services via our Small Business Development Center, and we see a lot of clients taking advantage of that. Just a note too, beyond the one-on-one assistance that we provide, we know, and we've certainly heard from a lot of businesses who just need help in certain areas. So we continue to look at and explore programs where businesses can apply for and receive direct services from other small businesses in the community. So these are just 3 examples of programs that we have, and they're actually still rolling, helping a brand get their logo together, doing website audits, and doing social media audits. So we partner with a lot of excellent small businesses in the community to be able to deliver these services. And last year we did over 15 of these, or I'm sorry, over 25 of these through these different programs, which is over a $25,000 value that was delivered to small businesses. All right, I'm going to hand things over to Madeline, okay. you got it, who leads our Small Business Development Center, and we were thrilled to have her join us last February.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carly. I'm Madeline Wolski, Director of our Small Business Development Center at the Champaign
Can
County
you move your microphone a little bit closer?
Economic Development Corporation.
Thank you.
Here we go. I'm Madeline, to summarize. Thank you for having us today. So I first really wanted to pinpoint our services and how we're directly impacting the community of Urbana. So this is just a segment of the individuals that I get to serve, the privilege of serving as the SBDC director. And our services are tailored to the community members that we serve. It's really exciting when we're able to provide these no-cost, confidential, one-on-one business advising, workshops, networking, connect them with other community resources to really support them in all avenues of their small business. So looking at our clients, we had 141 individuals from Urbana who worked with the SBDC this year. And if you look at just the racial, ethnic, and gender distribution, our clients' diversity really underscores our success and commitment in reaching and supporting entrepreneurs from diverse backgrounds, really contributing to an inclusive business ecosystem. I had some really wonderful opportunities for outreach, for example, within the French Congolese community at Stone Creek Church in Urbana. And it was incredible to see how just one outreach session actually created 47 different client profiles. So just that one outreach session was incredibly impactful. And then also it allowed me to then share a lot of the resources that Carly and the EDC are working on, especially when it comes to making our community more welcoming, providing some translation services through the SBDC network, which is statewide, but also locally. So you really feel that reverberation, and a lot of our one-on-one advising, it's obviously geared and centered around small business support, but it's all about connecting with other resources in the community and essentially making entrepreneurship more accessible by lowering barriers to information. So the impact of our services, and touching back on that 141 clients, if we're calculating on average, I spend about 5 hours per client, that's a $35,000 value, just right there for one-on-one business advising, which I didn't list in the services and impact, but we had, and we like to celebrate, the 13 new businesses that were started with Urbana, 2 home-based to brick-and-mortar transitions, which is a huge accomplishment. And a lot of these numbers, I'm still waiting for survey responses because all of our data is self-reported by our clients. So I'm looking forward to seeing a more comprehensive understanding of numbers later down the line. We're hoping in February we're going to get some more responses on our surveys. But if we look at exactly who we're serving, so the graphic right at the top, you can really see the majority of Urbana residents are really kind of in this pre-venture area where they're entrepreneurially curious. And so we actually use a lot of the data from our clients to reflect the information that we provide, the services that we give, and also the workshops that we tailor. I know I tricked you out by moving my sheet. I do want to mention, so for our workshops, we had 65 educational workshops this past year with a total of 729 workshop attendees. We do not take demographic information regarding geographic origin for our clients during those sessions, but that's incredible to see the amount of individuals who are participating in our workshops and programming. Okay, so next slide. I also wanted to share some feedback from our Urbana residents and clients, and we're really excited to report that with our survey respondents, 100% of respondents rate our services as excellent and are extremely likely to recommend our services to others. And this really touches back on sitting down with the SBDC, really has reverberations towards a lot of our clients utilizing other community resources because, I mean, you can't start a business on an island all alone. So it's been wonderful working with Stephanie, the city of Urbana, and providing a lot of these resources to small business entrepreneurs. All right, and lastly, most fun slide, what exactly do people want to know about? So this is our counseling breakdown, and a large majority of our clients are really interested in the startup assistance, which we can see reflected in the type or where they're at within their business with this pre-venture. But yeah, we had a really incredible year as far as outreach, an incredible amount of growth compared to 2022, and we're just really excited to give the opportunity for more entrepreneurial experiences for our residents and lowering that barrier. So thank you.
And I'll just note too, you know, we do a lot of programming for, you know, getting your business started. So writing a business plan, financial projections, how to even just start a business in Illinois and the major steps that you go through. But we're also, you know, really responsive to sort of what's going on now and what the needs are. So things come up, right, all the time of topics that are of concern or need addressed. And certainly there's been a lot of, you know, regulations and changes in laws. So just for an example, later on this month, we'll be working with an attorney and presenting on the Illinois Paid Leave for All Workers Act. So, you know, there's a lot of things, and the fact that we're really flexible gives us the ability to move quickly. So we have our standard programming, but we're constantly adding to and obviously trying to meet the needs of the business community. All right, one more, and then I'm sorry, Jane. Sorry. So just to kind of quick recap and then a look at what's ahead. We're going to touch on air service development in a minute. But obviously, as you can see, you know, a lot of the work that we do, we really try to maximize resources and potential and bring as much funding to this community as possible. There's a lot out there right now, certainly at the federal level with the CHIPS Act, the state of Illinois with the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, CEJA for short, which I'm sure you've heard about. And then, of course, through Innovate Illinois, as I mentioned earlier, with the state and the governor's push to bring more federal funding here too. So we're working very closely with the partners in all of these spaces and really looking to explore what opportunities there are and how we best position ourselves to bring that here. And then, of course, just of note, you know, work continues with the Champaign County Welcoming Plan. We are heavily involved in the integration and employment aspect of that plan, which is economic development and small business development. And there's a lot of work to be done, certainly, and so we're working very closely with the New American Welcome Center and all of the partners on the plan. And then another thing that has come up certainly a lot over the past year, and we've gotten a lot of requests for services for, is with government contracting. So getting small businesses bid ready, the ability to do federal contracting and state contracting with government entities. And so we partner with Bradley University, who has what they call an Apex Accelerator, to be able to provide those services here in our community, and we're going to be expanding those in 2024. So in addition to the one-on-one services they can provide, similar to our SBDC model, making sure that we're being responsive and adequate training opportunities and topics around that, because that's very important. And there's certainly a lot of efforts between the federal and the state and the local level on procurement opportunities for small businesses. So that'll be another primary area of focus. Okay, I am going to pause and let Jane take over. Yes. Okay.
Point of information, are we going to have questions for both groups at the end, or are we good?
I was going to do both groups at the end, but would
Okay.
you like to ask a question now since they're here at the microphone?
Well,
We were going to stay. That's okay.
okay, we can do it at the end, I guess.
Good evening, Jane DeLuce, Experience Champaign-Urbana. Great to see all of you this evening. And we'll go through some of the slides here for our organization. And then as we talked about, we'll have a couple slides that is our collaborative efforts between ECU and the EDC. So first of all, the good news is that if you look at our overall hotel tax revenues, in Urbana specifically, we're breaking all-time records. In FY23, it was 1.2 million. And if you look back at pre-COVID, it was 936,000. So it is on an upward trajectory. I will say a lot of that, and I'll mention this later, was that we were able to come back a little bit earlier, not with meetings and conferences, but with sport events with the opening of the Rantoul Sports Complex. You're all well aware of how impactful that is for the city of Urbana, but that is definitely a good reason why we're seeing such an upward trajectory on hotel tax revenues in the area. Overall, it's servicing the county very well. Again, for the overall, it's $5.48 million that was in fiscal year 23 as compared to $4.26 million in FY19. So that's a very telling chart about what happened when the world shut down. and how well it is doing now, and seeing with the expanded iHotel and Illinois Conference Center, we're able to bring in conferences of a larger nature. And I'll also address a new partnership with the university in terms of bringing in conferences during the summertime to the campus. When the campus does not have a lot of students, they have recently hired a new person who is going to focus on that, and we just had our first site visit with the Mennonite USA, and keep your fingers crossed that would come here. It's about 2,500 people that would be here in July. So think about the opportunity for the visitor economy during a time when the students aren't here, but we have campus facilities that we can use during that time. So what does this mean overall? Provided numbers by Tourism Economics. The travel and tourism in 2022 supported 4,900 jobs. This is for the entire county. I will, because we are competitive with our other counties and we like to brag a little bit, we achieved the 8th highest spending in Illinois, and that is not by population. We have outpaced some of our areas that have greater population for the visitor economy in Champaign County. Supporting 4,900 jobs in the area, which is an increase of 14.8%, generating $160.8 million in payroll, which is a 17% increase, through $608.8 million in visitor spending. That is in 1 year. I'm just saying, life is good. We're on a good trend, and that is a 21% increase over the previous year. Some of it will say, well, that's because places are reopening. It's also because as a community, we are doing a very good job collectively of bringing people here and being welcoming to everyone coming here to spend their dollars at the time that they're here. It also brings in $17.3 million in local taxes to be invested back to the community, and that is a 21.4% increase. So I handed to you the experience guide, also the annual report, and you might see a city that you know very well on the title, and that is called We're Experience Champaign-Urbana. And this was not a decision made lightly. This was done collectively with Carly's organization through a series of surveys and focus group to look at how do we rebrand our community? How do people find us? And when people talk about the community, they don't use the word county. And when you think about that, when you Google other places, do you even really half the time know what county you're even going to? No, you're looking at the city or you're looking at a major attraction like the University of Illinois here in this area. So looking at how residents, business owners, and stakeholders talked about the community, we recognize that people say they live in Champaign-Urbana even if they're from one of the surrounding communities. So over 50% of the respondents are saying that because people, although I do love when you go to other places outside of Illinois and they go, oh, you're near Chicago. Do you know my neighbor that lives? And I'm like, sure, yeah, we know your neighbor in Chicago. So anyway, reference point. But we did a lot of advertising testing leading up to the rebrand, and we replaced Champaign County with Champaign-Urbana. Using near identical campaigns, the click-through rates doubled, driving more people to the website and to find our community. So looking at results, we generated from July to December of 23, website traffic has increased by 15.6%, generating 26.7% more activity on the site, meaning clicks to our blogs, our event calendar, which is still our most highly visited page on our site. And I'm very excited with the recent campaign that we did with WGN, saw double the responses using Experience Champaign-Urbana versus Visit Champaign County from the 2022 campaign. Again, all good news and a good reason to change our branding for that. Website update, and this was just refreshed and super, super excited about it because it is an interactive map. It is featured on the homepage. I encourage you all to take a look at it sometime when you get an opportunity. Each city features a description, 3 businesses and attraction call-outs that will be rotated regularly. We do have downtown Urbana featured on the slide, but I will also tell you that we have the rest of Urbana included as well, so it's a double hit with 6 businesses that are going to be rotated. Someone wants to go to Mahomet, someone wants to go to Arthur. They get that opportunity to be able to kind of see it from an illustrative standpoint, and it's been very effective so far, and we're excited just to be able to do that. These illustrations were also done by local artists, by the way, too. So excited about that. So the other part, for all the people that love data, we're using a company called Zartico to really understand where we market, why we market, and the effectiveness of that marketing instead of just anecdotal. So in pulling data by city and region, and this is just a really quick snapshot, and I would love it sometime if you really are a data person and want to dig deep into this. Terry on our staff is becoming a data nerd as well, and it's a great opportunity to kind of look through more and more details about it. But Urbana has 14.7% of all visitors to the county area. Top destinations for visitors include Carl, the Fairgrounds, Crystal Lake Park, Lincoln Square, Bunny's Tavern, and New Era. So there you go. That's what people, and this is a data that is done by cell phone usage, and so credit card opportunities. If you think that is Big Brother watching in a sense, yes, it is, but it's a way to track people when they're here. Specifically, if they're looking at they come for one reason, but they may go to other places. This gives an opportunity to find out where they're going while they're in town. Visitors are spending an average of $118 per person per day in Urbana. Food is the top sector with 51.8% of all visitor spend. So we can dig really deep into data, but for the purpose of this, we just did a snapshot of it. We've briefly talked about the Rantoul Family Sports Complex. The great part about the turf fields that we hadn't had previously in such large numbers is it does fill hotels and restaurants and retail throughout the season, but through November, we just hosted the U.S. Quad Ball Regional Qualifier in November. That is quad ball that you see on your screen. And if you're wondering what quad ball is, think Harry Potter and Quidditch. So that it is being rebranded as quad ball instead of Quidditch to kind of set itself aside from the Harry Potter movies. What I love about this, it is non-traditional athletes. Yes, we have a lot of football, volleyball, basketball players that come to this area. This is your non-traditional athlete, and they are competitive as all get out. I mean, there is no, they're not friends on the field. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, the idea about this with all of the sports that are going here is that it is a cross-visitation around the whole region. And we're super excited because we just found out this was a regional qualifier that will be hosting the Nationals, U.S. Quad Ball National Tournament. So kind of a fun way, and we'll let you know when it is if you want to come see quad ball in action. Of course, we're always going to talk about the IHSA Boys State Basketball. That did return. We are in the third year of our 3-year initial bid with that. The first year, we had over 34,000 that attended. This last year, we had over 40,000 that attended. This is impacting Urbana specifically. We do have a team hotel designated as the Comfort Suites, as well as staying in other hotel properties in the area, but teams are reserved at that particular property. This is about a $5 million economic impact this past year based on the number of teams and based on the attendance and based on the multiple days that people were in here. And the great part about when basketball has been held is it was during the university spring break, followed, and I will mention the very next week, we do a middle school basketball championships and had over 100 teams. So now you're taking the time at spring break when people are gone that we're filling all of the hotels, restaurants, and expanding our food and beverage and our hotel tax revenues during a time that's normally slow. They are coming back this year, and they're hoping to have a multi-year agreement being here. So we're the host of high school basketball and middle school basketball. And super excited that the full marathon is coming back to Champaign-Urbana. And that picture was when that got announced, and Jan Seeley is about the most excited I've ever seen by the fact that the full marathon is returning. We're excited because it will fill the hotels because the attendance was less. It is not at the peak where it was when we had 20,000 people involved, but we anticipate between 10 to 13,000 at least, if not 15,000, will be involved having the full marathon back. So it's great for all of us, and it truly is a reason to celebrate this community beyond the visitor economy. It's just a great way to see a very well-run event. So I mentioned the meetings. What's important for us is that we do a really good job as a community filling our weekends. We have to work harder at filling our weekdays. We have to fill our hotels and our restaurants and our small businesses during the week. We are working, as I mentioned, with the university to fill the use campus facilities during the summer. But meetings are making a comeback. People are wanting to be together for conferences. And because, as I mentioned, the expanded conference center at the iHotel Illinois Conference Center, we're being able to accommodate larger groups. This was an event that we worked with iPress that was held in September, hosted over 2,000 attendees from around the world, some of that being virtual, by the way. That was not 2,000 in person, but it is truly showing how we can showcase our truly diverse international community, and the people do want to be here and gather here. We're really happy about this one, Tourism Attraction Grant. So Terry on our staff spent a ton of time with the Lukman dynamic duo to secure over $300,000 in grant funding to expand their business. Think about that and what that is going to mean for the city of Urbana. She spent an amazing amount of time. We know what lingo is needed. We know what background is needed, the research to help them. So we feel very proud that they did receive this grant and what this is going to do for the city in terms of an attraction, and then what it does for the surrounding businesses. Because once people have had their experience at their business, then they may want to go out to eat. They may want to stay overnight. They may want to buy something. And since we do love to talk about food, Restaurant Week is coming up next week. But since this was a FY23 review, I'll just tell you that we had 42 participating restaurants. We had 10 new ones last year. We had over 68,000 website visits, which included 19,000 unique visitors. And I want to point out the quote there from Jean at Po' Boy. She said, "We did see an increase in traffic, especially on our website traffic. All in all, we are happy with how it went, and we will do it again next year." I think that's what we are about. That's what Carly's about. That's what Madeline's about, is we're here to help our small businesses be successful, because that's what makes our community unique. And I will say, coming up in 24, you saw the Urbana participants in 23 listed there: Taste of Both Worlds, Balderadas, Homegrown, Lego Gourmet Cuisine, Po' Boys, Red Herring, Silver Creek. In 24, new ones being added are Bake Lab, Main Scoop, and Wooden Hog. So if you're getting hungry now, because it is 9 o'clock and you're probably hungry, feel free to peruse the menus that are on the Restaurant Week place on the website, because it's a great time to think about how you're going to visit all the restaurants. Community resources, just real quick about that. We do provide 40,000 copies, print copies, as well as a digital version. We have made this to truly be a showcase piece that features editorials on restaurants, shops, outdoor activities, recreation, and much more. We delivered over 9,000 just in the first quarter, because we do every single orientation. We also deliver to the rest stops on the highways. We take walk-ins at our office. We have them at the mall. We have them at the airport. We have them at the train station. It is very much a tool that tells the story of this area. And as you can see, some of the features that are on the right side there, it talks about Urbana. It talks about all of our area and what makes this such a great place to visit, work, and live. Social media reach is going off the chart. Marcus on our staff is doing a terrific job of engaging with all age population, particularly some of the student population that we hadn't always had in the past. Facebook, over 11,000 followers. Instagram, over 8,000 followers. TikTok is pulling, it's so funny to see how TikTok works, but it's doing very well. You can see there a feature on Art Coop, as well as the CU Pride Fest and Parade. We do use these and then reach an exposure through blog posts and digital ad campaigns that go with it. And something that we're really, really proud about that was launched this year is Accessible CU. This was in collaboration with Community Choices, because it's not just about being a welcoming committee, you talked about the welcoming committee. To be a welcoming community, it is about for people to know where they can go, not just for physical, but also cognitive disabilities. And I am so proud of the work that Community Choices does. So this is not a self-evaluation. We are not taking businesses that claim to be accessible. They're being evaluated on an evaluation process developed by community members with disabilities. There's been over 80 businesses featured to date, and we are adding an app that is going to source additional businesses and be able to make it an opportunity for people to find it easier where they can go. So I just think take some time to look at this. Take some time to talk about it, because you might be surprised at some of the places that you wouldn't think might be accessible or some places that probably we think are but maybe aren't in terms of the world of people looking at physical and cognitive disability. So very, very proud of that project being launched this year. Also very proud of our friends at Cloud Mountain, just across the way there. We nominated them for the Illinois MADE program, which is kind of an exclusive list of artisans around the state that are inducted into a class. They were selected in November of 2023. Since that time, we've actually shipped their product to Chicago, and they're using it for some of the TV ads that are being done. So Urbana's being featured in some Illinois Office of Tourism advertising and marketing campaigns, and it's just been great to see the enthusiasm of them as a small business, but being able to tell that story on a broader basis. And of course, the development of the Champaign County African American Heritage Trail. We have installed at this point about 12 of the signs. You can see the one here that was featured here in Urbana. We're also working on murals, and we'll be looking at a future mural at the Community Connection Center. We're very excited about that one. That will actually be our first mural that has been approved to be included, and very happy about that. This summer, we're planning to rededicate Skeleton Park with the sculpture that you can see in the middle by sculptor Preston Jackson. And that will be a centerpiece for a tribute to African American musicians, and will be a stopping point as people visit the entire area and other stopping points around the entire county. The website, of course, is launched. We're looking at an app development currently to help do this, and then we'll be soon starting the tours that go with it so people can experience this rich history either online but definitely in person with it. We talked a little bit about the film community. We are working very hard to be known as a very welcoming film production area. We've got some film producers that have moved to the area, have made this their residence, and in doing that, they are on the ground running in terms of bringing more film here. We personally at ECU assisted 6 productions over the past year. This brings jobs, this brings significant economic impact. We recently did a film location tour, showcased downtown Urbana area neighborhoods, and Carl Park, I remember, because we got a request specifically for houses on brick around that area. You'd be amazed. The one thing that we're looking at doing right now is an inventory of assets, because every film producer wants something different, and it's odd. It's from the top of a parking garage to a brick street to use of a cafe during evening hours. I mean, it's very interesting what all the film does, and we're there to help support them and create this inventory of physical assets to help future films. Just a quick note about us, our board. We hosted our October meeting at the IMC with guest speaker Nicole Friedman from Uniting Pride, which was a terrific meeting. She is probably one of the best representatives and speakers that I can think of in this area, and represents our community so well. Our staff also participated in a soap making activity, and I didn't think I was very crafty until I made soaps with Jackie Wright, and those ended up making good Christmas presents, so that was really nice to have that. And lastly, before I get into our joint ones, I want to give a shout out to our team, our board, and our foundation board, specifically Ms. Bridget, who does an amazing job, and she chairs our advocacy committee, does a wonderful job representing the city of Urbana on our board. You can see that we have a lot of great people representing a lot of different voices in the community between the 2 different boards, and feel very fortunate every day to work alongside them. And I gotta say, I have the best team around, and they work very hard on your behalf every day. So, Carly, we're talking about Willard Airport. I think it's pretty much not even a daily, it's about an hourly conversation that our offices have on collaborative efforts. And Carly is an amazing voice, particular to air service development and other aspects of Willard Airport. She's currently, there was a newly created advisory board. She was voted the chair, and I was voted the vice chair. So now we're actually having lots of different conversations and a lot of good things that are happening at the airport. Continued focus on air service development, and also the new concessions with the Iron Grove Cafe coming this spring. I think it's important for all of us to support our airport because that's what makes our communities very much viable. And for those conferences I was talking about, y'all bringing in people, we need more air service to bring conferences in from a lot of different places. We're also collaboratively working very hard on attracting our talent attraction efforts and welcoming new residents. You can see here the Chambana Welcome Crew ambassadors. We have over 50 from all backgrounds, and to the point that this presentation was made, we had served 157 new and potential residents. These are people who have either recently moved here, thinking about moving here, and they want information, and being able to match them up with somebody who is passionate about this community is amazing to hear the stories that they feel like, wow, I've got this connection to the community that I didn't know I needed, and wow, I didn't know you had such a great live music scene, or I didn't know that you had so many great parks because you're in the middle of a cornfield. How could you have these great outdoor resources? It's been an incredible collaborative program. We are able to truly enjoy seeing people discover why they should either move here or why they move here, how they can have their best quality of life here. We are finding a lot with young professionals, which are the top age group, that they're highly interested in arts and culture and outdoor opportunities. And we do the quarterly events. I think those are definitely the most fun, seeing everybody get together, either with other new residents, but also with the ambassadors themselves. This photo is from Summer Mixer that was held at Riggs, sponsored by Think Urbana. Thank you very much for that. And over 80 attendees connected during that event.
All right. So speaking to all of our talent attraction initiatives, we've certainly been very strategic about sort of what programs we've rolled out and when. We've been very intentional about making sure that anything we rolled out had the ability to, and had the infrastructure in place to support it. And so a lot has happened within the past 12 months related to these programs, and we want to make sure that they all work together to provide a seamless transition for anybody who's interested in our community or a new resident here. So a couple of the things that we've done, we relaunched the Champaign-Urbana Area Job Board on a new software and platform. It's been really wonderful, much easier for employer engagement on our end. It does automatic polls. It has a lot of features. As you can imagine, COVID has changed a lot of the ways in which people search for jobs, the decision-making around jobs, and so this software gives us the ability to have a lot of features that we didn't before in our own. It also gives us a lot more data and tracking capabilities as well. So this is really key information that we can provide back to the employers. What jobs of theirs are the most clicked on? What types of jobs overall is like job type or industry that we're seeing the most activity on? So there's a lot of data and reporting that we're just giving directly back to the employers within their job search, and we're certainly integrating this into all of our programming too. One of those things is with the Champaign County Recruiters Network. So this is probably our oldest program, oldest being within the past 3 years, that we jointly do together. And this one in particular is done with the University of Illinois' IHR, Illinois Human Resource Team, and dual career program too. So we work very closely with Dana Cohen, who's the director of faculty recruitment at the university, and supports their efforts for trailing significant others and placement in the community amongst local employers. But we have over 250 area local recruiters who we're engaging with on a regular basis, giving them resources for their own recruiting efforts, providing them things that they can put in their own toolkit. helping them tell the community story, providing tours, and we're constantly engaging with this group to ask them what their needs are, what can we do, how is this program working, how can we enhance it. So it's a really great group across small businesses to large and all different types of industries. We also pull them together on at least a quarterly basis to run things by them and get their feedback, and that's really servicing all of the programs that we've rolled out to date, and it's really important to have that high-level engagement with recruiters so that we're getting that direct feedback on what's bringing people to this community and what's ultimately getting them to say yes to that position at our local employers. So in addition to the job board that we rolled out within the last year, we also rolled out this community job application, and we've seen a lot of great success from, especially from people who have expressed an interest in our community, or a lot of folks who previously lived here or visited here and are looking for a new community to move to for one reason or another. So this is fully integrated with our job board, the Champaign County Recruiters Network, and what we ultimately do is on a weekly basis, any leads that we get in where people are sharing their information, their resume, we deliver that directly to the inboxes of our local employers. So we consider these hot leads. They have the ability to then look at those individuals who have shared that information and reach out to them and make that community pitch. And they can do it with a lot more information than they might typically have in a traditional hiring process. So we're really excited about this program and the results that we've seen thus far, and we're going to be really working to expand it here over the next 12 months. So this is just an infographic we like to show of sort of how all of our talent attraction programs work together. As you can imagine, due to all the touch points of different programs and working with our partners, there's a lot of ways people interact. So they might first come through the Chambana Welcome Crew and then find out about something. Maybe their first interaction with us is coming to a new to see you mixer, and then we can tell them about all of these things. Ultimately, we make it as seamless as possible so they don't know the back end. We just have our teams that are running point on all of these programs and making sure that ultimately it's just successful for those who are interacting with them. But we've had a lot of great success. We've gotten great feedback from our local companies about the importance of this and just how helpful it has been. And so we're excited about what's been launched to date. I think 2024 is fine-tuning everything, making sure it's working as intended, and then we'll certainly talk about new things in the future beyond 2024. But for now, this is a lot, and we're really excited about the results to date.
We're not very excited about what we do, just so you know, but no, we just want to thank you and open it up to whatever questions you have. We appreciate the opportunity to share. We know we usually just come once a year, and so it's a lot of info thrown at you. Hopefully you read the different reports that come your way from both of us to share the work that we're doing. So thank you for that opportunity to chat with y'all tonight.
All right, questions? Well, I'm going to start with James because he was chomping at the bit earlier.
Thank you, and thank you for this report, all this detail. I love the metrics that's going on with Champaign. It's no surprise to me that you added Urbana to the name and all the searches went up. Okay, it's no surprise. I did have a couple of questions. I was curious, Jane, particularly with the hotel counts and the reference to Rantoul. I think we know that Rantoul is going to build more hotels, right? But we also know this complex is in the early stages of its evolution. So do you see that growing like everywhere, even though Rantoul starts to fill in spaces there, or what do you see there?
I definitely will continue to impact the whole area, because even if they build 2 or 3 hotels, at minimum, you're talking maybe 100 rooms. They're not conference center type room hotels. They're going to be more select service, so they're on the smaller, maybe 75 to 100 rooms. So on any given weekend, when we have multiple sports teams or multiple events happening there, they will definitely continue to use this area. It's only going to help us increase the use within Champaign County, because we've actually had to go beyond down to our friends in Tuscola, or even as far west as Bloomington for some sellout weekends. And so we anticipate keeping more of that in Champaign County.
Right, thank you. And then one question I had, there was a chart Madeline from the Small Business Development Corporation, that showed different, the gender chart for who you serve. And I noticed that on that chart, there was a huge not reported section, but for the chart that showed African American and race support, there wasn't a not reported. Is there a, and there was also a prefer not to say for both of them, but that huge chunk in the gender chart.
Absolutely. Yeah, so for someone to utilize our services, we have them register as a client, and that's just so we can really understand if who we're serving is reflecting the demographic makeup of the respective community. Our prioritization is a client's privacy and what they're comfortable in sharing with us, because we do report back on the grants that sustain what we do, but all of the client's information is kept confidential. But again, in a way, we want to make a lot of these resources as accessible as possible. And if someone isn't comfortable sharing their specific gender identity or their racial or ethnic distribution or identity as well, they don't have to share it.
So then what's the difference between the not reported and preferred not to share?
So essentially the questions within the the multi-choice that they're able to give. Prefer not to say is explicitly what's listed under what do you identify for your gender. And prefer not to say is also for the racial and ethnic distribution. But you'll see that most people do prefer not to say for the racial and ethnic distribution. So we have 2.1% for gender compared to the 12.8% with racial and ethnic distribution.
So the not reported is just they didn't check any box in the gender area.
They selected to not disclose that information. So they chose.
I still don't understand the difference between that and prefer not to say.
I should note, so this is not a system of our choice. Because of the SBDC network. It's a program called NeoSera. It's a software. We're restricted in our ability on some of the intake processes because it's a network-wide decision amongst the whole state. So we do our best to dig through the data. And when it comes to self-reporting, I mean, Madeline knows, she's the one working directly with the clients, right? And so we can pull some of that out. But as far as what we're able to pull from the actual program of NeoSera, that's just due to the way that the state has established the questions and the ability to pull data from an older system.
Okay, thank you.
Chris?
Stephanie knows what I'm going to ask. Have you selected an artist for the Courage Connection mural?
Not yet. No, we will do a call to artists for that, but we have not selected an artist for that yet. No. So there will be a call.
Chandra?
Hi, thanks for all the information. Question about the DART activities you've done. Do you know how many of those former employees that you helped have landed permanent jobs since its closing?
About 80% based on initial reporting, and that was all within Champaign County. Those numbers continue to fluctuate. Some individuals made decisions right away and have since time decided to do something else or go to a different employer. Some are doing half and half of, going to Parkland and working part-time, and in coming weeks or months, we'll be taking on a full-time position, likely somewhere else potentially. But when we did the rapid response services, so we had our regional workforce board, we had IDES in there for the unemployment. There is a process that everybody went to actually track that data. We are getting feedback directly from the employer, so we're continuously touching base, like, hey, how many were you able to hire this month? Is there anything that we can help you with? Whereas IDES and stuff is actually getting the raw numbers in the data, and I know that continues to fluctuate quite a bit, but initial reports were 80% all local.
Thank you. And the rapid response sort of stuff, is that, can people just look onto the EDC website or come to you to sort of get help with that get help with those things without it being a job closure or whatever?
Yes, absolutely. So a lot of the rapid response services were from providers that are all located at the One Stop Center on North Mattis there with Parkland College. So IDES, health services, and anything that's with the Workforce Development Board. So if anybody needs anything with job search and assistance, interview readiness skills, looking for opportunities for retraining or going back to school and how that gets paid for, all of those partners exist in one space and they share case management. So it doesn't have to be a rapid response event that triggers access to those services. In fact, I would say 95% of the time it's not that. But that just happened to be the case for DART.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Grace?
Thank you all for the presentation and lots of great information breakdowns here. Just had a few quick ones. One is if you could send us the slides on follow-up, that'd be great. Thank you. And one of the slides had the reasons with why people visit Urbana, and I loved some of your stats there. And I'm curious as to how it worked. I think you mentioned the phone tracking. Is that with an app? And in particular, because I saw Hotel Royer there, I thought, and with it not being open yet, but I think 5% of the attractions, I was curious how that works.
I would love to have that conversation, like go through that a little bit more with you, and what we could do is talk through that particular slide and answer those questions. I will say with the cell phone data is how it's mainly tracked for this area. And then it's all through a company called Zartico, and they're the ones that provide that data for that. So we can get in and put it in for a specific weekend. We can get it in and put it in for, like, one of the things that we looked at is we took like a homecoming weekend. Do people just go to the stadium to go to the football game, or where else are they going when they're in the area? And again, we use the Rancho Sports Complex as an opportunity there, but we can pinpoint those targets, if you will. So it's a starting point, and then see where they go from there. Okay. So, but I'd love to offline provide more information about that, because frankly, I'm just at the beginning learning, and there's so much data that goes with it. It'd be great to have that conversation with you.
Great, thank you. And the last one, maybe answerable, maybe rhetorical, is if there are or could be some kind of programs focused on the employment end with existing residents, kind of like a homegrown program addressing some of the unemployment and low median household income in Urbana. I hear a lot of focus on attracting new residents, and I see some value in that, but also don't know if there's possibility of focusing on our existing residents and some of the employment and wage discrepancies we have.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we work very closely with partner agencies in town that are providing those direct services and working with them to bring more funding to those services. So just obviously a couple of examples. I think everybody is familiar with SWIFT at Parkland College, right? That program. So we work closely with them, mostly on making sure employers are engaging with them, right? So anytime there's an opportunity to go in and talk to the participants in the SWIFT program about the opportunities that exist at that employer, set up tours so they can go see what things look like, and just making sure that employers are working directly with Parkland on that program, but of course all the others they offer too. The other thing, I think I had it on a slide, was making sure that we're adequately distributing funds for existing workers. So one of the examples is within the LWIA 17 system, our workforce board area, there's things like incumbent worker training dollars. In years past, the RPC didn't necessarily spend all of those dollars within a year, right? Like, so we've been working with them a lot on different outreach mechanisms to local employers, on retraining existing employees. And within, I think, the past year, we ran out of money in about 6 months because we got so much more active engagement. So yes, we talked a lot about talent attraction, but even within these efforts, and certainly within our Champaign County Recruiters Network, there's a lot of work that's being done just for our local talent too.
Thank you.
But any ideas on programs or events, happy to discuss and bring in partners as appropriate.
Any other questions? All right, Stephanie, do you want to take the resolutions?
Yeah, I provided in your packet a write-up, and I'm not going to read it all because it would be repeating almost everything they said. In regards to the EDC, I will point out in the large paragraph on page 2, there's some statistics there of how Justine Peterson has been loaning funds, and that was as of December. So we'll ask Tristan, who's running Justin Peterson, to give us some updates on that later this spring. But the proposal for the EDC is to do another one-year contract at the $33,763, which is what we have done previously. This money was already budgeted in the fiscal year 24 budget. We are behind in getting to you. So if you approve this contract tonight, it would be as of July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. So if you have any questions for me, but staff would recommend that you approve this proposal.
Are there any questions about this first resolution? You want to present on the second one, or?
Do you want to vote on them at the same time? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, let's go ahead and vote on them individually. James?
Yeah, I'll move resolution number 2023-12-096R, resolution approving and authorizing the execution of an economic development agreement with the Champaign County Economic Development Corporation for fiscal year 2023 through 2024.
Is that on the consent agenda or the regular agenda?
For approval on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Second.
All right, moved by James, seconded by Grace. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
And the second packet is for the ECU, Experience Champaign-Urbana. This would be for a $15,000 for the same period of time for fiscal year 24. And this is what we have contributed to them in the past, $15,000 a year.
Any questions for staff? Nope. I would entertain a motion. James?
I move resolution number 2023-12-097R, resolution approving and authorizing the execution of an economic development agreement for Experience Champaign-Urbana, fiscal year 2023 through 2024, for consent for approval.
I'll second.
Moved by James, seconded by Jaya. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that carries. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is resolution number 2024-01001, a resolution approving amendment number 1 to a City of Urbana and Urbana Home Consortium subrecipient agreement with the Champaign County Regional Planning Commission, TBRA, agreement for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Interesting. Couple of fiscal years behind. All right.
Good evening, everyone. So before you tonight is an amendment to an existing tenant-based rental assistance agreement that the Urbana Home Consortium and the city have with Champaign County Regional Planning Commission. So the amendment would add an additional $125,000 of home investment partnership funding to this agreement, which will provide rental assistance through June 30th, 2025. So just to provide a little context, back in April of 2022, Council approved a TBRA agreement for a pilot program that RPC was going to launch for the first time to target individuals and households that had been impacted by gun violence. Unfortunately, they didn't receive many referrals to that program. It was a little slow in taking off. They went about 10 months without getting any referrals to that rental assistance program. And so because it was structured as a pilot and we knew it was their first time doing it, we provided them the flexibility of shifting the focus from gun violence to a reentry model where they would target rental assistance to individuals who had recently been released from incarceration to provide them rental assistance. And the reason they wanted to shift that focus was because RPC entered into a partnership with First Followers that had clients that needed rental assistance who had been recently released from incarceration. And so we allowed them that flexibility to kind of shift the focus of the target population to individuals who had recently been released from incarceration. That change took place back in August, and since August, they were able to lease up all of the funding that they had. So clearly there was a need for that, and we were very glad to see that that partnership with First Followers was working very successfully. So RPC approached us last month to let us know that they had leased up the original $120,000 for, I believe it was 10 clients that were referred through First Followers, but they had additional clients that would be eligible, but they, again, had exhausted the funding that we had originally provided. So they approached us and asked for an amendment to provide an additional amount of funding, again, just to get them through that June 30th, 2025 period so that they can continue this program providing rental assistance to individuals who were recently incarcerated. So the way that the reentry pilot program is structured is that individuals who are clients of First Followers, who are working with First Followers, are eligible to receive 12 months of rental assistance if they qualify under First Followers, recently released from incarceration definition. Tenants are responsible for contributing 30%.
There's been an internal error. You will be disconnected now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. So tenants must contribute 30% of their income, of their monthly income toward the rent, or $25 per month, whichever is greater, and then the rental subsidy covers the remainder of that. And so RPC is estimating that with this additional funding, they would be able to serve approximately 10 to 12 additional clients through the end of the grant period in 2025. And again, like I said, they already have clients lined up, but they weren't able to serve them yet unless this additional funding is approved. So this comes from uncommitted 2021 home investment partnership funding. So thankfully, our HUD funds were able to roll over from year to year. So that's why it's from a previous fiscal year. We are still able to use the money that we hadn't previously allocated. So we recommend approving, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Grace?
Thanks so much for the presentation, Braden, and I love this idea and flexibility with it. If you could just clarify, because you're saying this is from 21 to 22 home funds that, did you say were unallocated or were just unspent?
They're both. I mean, we didn't allocate them to a program. And so the way the HUD funds work, any sort of unspent funds year to year, we carry over to the next year. So we still can use them. It's just on paper it says fiscal year 21-22, but we're able to use them cross fiscal years. HUD is fine with that. We just roll over whatever balance that we have. And so the original agreement did run through 2025. So that time frame is not changing. We're just adding additional funds from that same 2021 fiscal year that were unspent.
So like our home plan, right? Does that have to do with the home funds?
Yes.
Right? In our recent one, did that include these funds? I'm just trying to understand how if we had $125,000 kind of available, extra unallocated, I just didn't know about it and how that works in here. Like, I love utilizing it, but just also like, why was that sitting there so long and why wasn't it allocated then?
Yeah, so for our home and our CDBG budgets that we submit to HUD every year and that you all approve as part of our annual action plan, we budget kind of large buckets of eligible categories, and depending on what projects are available, what things move forward within any given fiscal year, we do tend to carry over a balance. So for example, we had a large amount set aside for a possible like affordable housing development that didn't move forward, and so we still have that funding we can use, but if a development doesn't move forward, we can shift it to something else that is moving forward. So we do have that flexibility. Again, the budgets that we submit to HUD every year are general so that they give us some flexibility in the event that, again, something doesn't move forward or something else pops up, another opportunity that we want to fund, we have that flexibility.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you for the presentation. Britton, did you have any problems with landlords discriminating against this source of income?
So I asked the RPC staff who manage our TBRA programs what their experience had been, especially after COVID. From what they described, they actually have really good working relationships. They have a pool of landlords that they have built relationships with over the years. And so I asked that, especially with working with the like the reentry population, if they had had any sort of backlash or resistance to working with them, and they said they had not. The issue with the victims of gun violence was more so just local agencies just didn't identify many households that qualified under that category. So thankfully, they have been able to maintain those good relationships with landlords.
Chandra?
Do you know how many clients they've served before this, the 10 that they're applying for additional funding for?
They never leased up any under the original model of the.
Well, no, I meant with the reentry.
Oh, so they leased up, I believe it was 12 clients since August.
And then an additional 10.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if the rentals are occurring in Urbana or Champaign or both, a mix?
It's primarily Urbana, but the clients have the flexibility to choose wherever is closest to their work or transportation or maybe their family. So residents have the power to choose where they want to live. But I do believe that a lot of the landlords that RPC works with are in Urbana.
Okay. And then lastly, do you know, I guess, never mind, I can do the math. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, I have one quick follow-up question. So you're probably going to get this every time we talk about CDBG and home funds, but these are home funds for the county, right?
Mm-hmm.
And is this the Urbana allocation portion, or is it, does that make sense?
Yes, this does come out of Urbana's allocation of our home funds.
Okay, but we're not requiring that they're only spent on people who are renting in Urbana.
No, so even though it's coming out of Urbana's allocation, because the consortium is countywide, I mean, it could be spent anywhere in the community. So a renter could have a unit in Champaign or, theoretically Rantoul, for example. Just because, again, we're in a consortium with the county, they can be anywhere countywide.
Is there I think if I remember correctly, there's different allocations for different portions of the county. Has there been any conversation at some of those meetings about setting aside some money for, based on everybody's allocation for this particular purpose?
For tenant-based rental assistance?
For this specific population?
For the reentry population? Not yet, just because, again, it's still kind of in pilot stage. It seems to be going really well, so I would like to pursue that conversation down the road if I believe RPC intends to operate it long-term if they're continuing to have success working with first followers. So I think we should have that conversation for sure.
Thank you. All right, I'd entertain a motion. Chandra.
I'll move resolution number 2024-01-001, a resolution approving amendment number 1 to a City of Urbana and Urbana Home Consortium subrecipient agreement, Champaign County Regional Planning Commission, TBRA agreement FY 2021-2022, on to City Council.
I'll second the motion.
All right, moved by Chandra and seconded by James for approval on the consent agenda. Any discussion? Grace.
Thanks. Just reiterate thank you to Braden and everyone else who's made this work, RPC and First Followers partners, and I think this is great. It's a huge, huge gap in need in the community of how little resources are provided to people to completely restart their lives. So I appreciate the question that was trying to considering hopping in for a second question, but I think you already answered it about being hopeful for this to continue in the future. And I think that's wonderful. I absolutely support it. If we can have local efforts, if there can even be state efforts, and just it's a huge, huge problem to drop some off with $10 at a bus station after potentially decades of adjusting to an entirely different way of life. So I really appreciate it and hope it can continue. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that moves forward. Thank you very much. Marcus, thanks for hanging out. Next up, we have 2 ordinances. I'm assuming that Marcus is going to talk about them at the same time, so I'm going to go ahead and read both of them. The first of these ordinances is ordinance number 2024-01002, an ordinance approving a major variance with Chen Tan Duplex at 312 West Illinois Street, case number ZBA 2023 MAJ03, and ordinance number 2024-01003, an ordinance approving a major variance for Chen Tan Duplex at 312 West Illinois Street, case number ZBA 2023 MAJ04. Marcus.
Thank you. Mr. Chen-Yu Chan, one of the applicants, is on hold, calling in from Texas. Hopefully we will not lose him again. These are 2 requests by Chen-Yu Chen and Pai Su Tan for 2 sets of major variances to allow a single-family home or a duplex at 312 West Illinois Street. The first case, Major 03, requests to reduce the required front yard along Illinois Street from 15 feet to 9 feet, reduce the minimum open space ratio from 0.4 to 0, and increase the maximum floor area ratio from 0.4 to 0.52. Major 04 requests to reduce the required lot area for a duplex from 6,000 feet to 3,607 square feet, and reduce the required number of parking spaces for a duplex from 4 to 2. On December 20th, the Zoning Board of Appeals reviewed and unanimously recommended that council approve these 2 major variances. It also unanimously approved a conditional use permit for the requested duplex and a minor variance for a reduced front yard on Birch Street, the corner street. The attached staff report from the ZBA meeting has more details on the decision and recommendation and background on the request and staff analysis. The property, as you can see, is located at the northeast corner of West Illinois Street and Birch Street. It has a 1.5-story house with a 1-car detached garage accessing Birch Street. The home is damaged beyond repair and is permitted for demolition. This is a residential area dominated by single-family homes with a few duplexes and apartment buildings. The applicant would like to build a new 2-story duplex on the footprint of the existing home and keep the existing 1-car garage. Floor area would increase from 1,400 square feet to 1,900 square feet. The footprint would increase from 980 square feet to 990 square feet. 1 concept plan and rendering are shown on pages 99 through 101 of the packet. The existing home encroaches into the required 15-foot front yard along West Illinois Street by 10 feet 6 inches. That's down here on the bottom of the screen. The proposed duplex would reduce this existing encroachment by 4 feet 6 inches. The requested variance essentially recognizes the historic encroachment and brings the future home into legal zoning conformity. So it's a complicated picture. The current home outline footprints are shown in black, and the new or proposed duplex is shown in red. So you can see that here is the south line of the current home. There is an enclosed, I call bump out, that comes as close as 4.5 feet to the sidewalk. The new duplex would be further back about 4 feet. There would be a covered porch, which is not calculated as part of the the structure's footprint, they're allowed to encroach an additional 5 feet. The existing home has an open space ratio of 0. The variance would allow the new home to continue having an open space ratio of 0 while staying in compliance with the zoning ordinance. I can answer questions about that. Similarly, the existing home has a floor to area ratio of 0.41, just above the maximum of 0.4. The variance would allow the proposed duplex to have an FAR of 0.52 and stay in compliance with the ordinance. Finally, the applicants request a reduction in the required parking for a duplex from 4 spaces to 2 spaces, which the property currently has, one in a one-car garage and one in the access drive. The applicants have submitted photos at different times of day showing the availability of on-street parking, confirmed independently by city staff. Staff found that the requests met all 5 of the variance criteria. ZBA recommended unanimously that council approve both variances. Staff have prepared 2 ordinances in line with the board's recommendations. And staff request that the item be placed on the consent agenda. Mr. Chen is available to answer questions, as am I. Thank you.
Let's start with questions for staff. James?
Yeah, thank you for the summary. There's some language in here about the distinction between owner-occupied duplex versus not owner-occupied duplex. Is that a difference with a significance in this conversation?
No, there should be no distinction between owner-occupied or rental.
Okay, and then in response to concern about owner-occupied versus not owner-occupied, there was a conversation about the owner claims to not intend to rent both sides of the duplex. They're going to use one of the duplexes as a ceramic studio.
Are you speaking to like the minutes or the recording, the conversation that you're referencing?
It's in
the email communication that you attached.
Yeah, it's in the long list of emails.
So the public input that people provided.
Public input, yeah.
Okay, so you have to remember that that's public input, and those are comments that aren't always
But the
reflective
owner
of-
responded to them and said something about using, somebody complained that he was going to use the garage for a ceramic studio.
Right.
And he said, no, I'm going to use one of these 2 rental units, which has bedrooms upstairs and a kitchen,
Right.
as a ceramic studio.
Yes. During the ZBA meeting, I think he commented that he, at one time, had planned to live in one of the units, and that the ceramic studio could be located in that. Again, all of that is speculation, nothing that can be made a condition or a requirement.
I guess my point to the question then is a ceramic studio would be considered a business, and it would be a home business authorized under the current zoning for that area?
It depends on what the purpose of the ceramic studio was. If it was a personal, where things were not sold on site, it would simply be considered a hobby that was part of the primary use of the structure as a residence. If somebody wanted to start a business that was secondary to a primary residential use, they would they were, being paid for those items, they would most likely have to apply for a home occupation permit.
So it's probably best we look at this as 2 rental units that are going to be rented and lived in.
Yes, or 2, one, right, yeah, sure, that is a great option.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Chris?
Marcus, if the answer to my question is that's irrelevant, I accept that answer, okay? But I have to ask, I live near this property. There was enormous effort made to dig out around that building and refurbish the foundation in some kind of way, but it was an enormous project. It looked enormously expensive, and then right afterwards, it was condemned. Is there, I mean, like I said, that may be irrelevant now, but I'm just curious what happened.
It's a very good question. And one of the reasons that the variance was applied for, and this was confirmed by the building official, Nick Hansen. You know, they attempted to determine the structural integrity of the house, and a structural engineer found that the damage to the foundation was not reparable. So the building official marked it as not habitable, and a demolition permit has been applied for and granted, and there we are, hence the variance request.
Grace.
Thank you. Marcus had just a few, if I can just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So this is almost exactly the same footprint as the existing building, right? You showed just a little changes. So it's overall not any closer to the sidewalk if we don't count that porch as a structure. If we do count it, then it's the same, right? And that the conditions that we're, what's our word, we're varying, I guess, giving a variance on these conditions, were created after this house and neighborhood were built, right? Saying that it was legally non-complying because it was already there, and then we changed these requirements for yard setbacks and stuff, right?
The house was built decades before the zoning ordinance was adopted. So
Okay.
there are many houses there that are legally non-conforming. And the biggest issue with legal non-conformity is that it cannot be repaired or replaced replicating that same legal non-conformity. It would either have to, any of these houses that are legally non-conforming would either have to get a variance to say, I want to repair it in place, or they would have to shift it back to the current 15-foot setback.
Okay. And then another question, not relevant to the decision, and fine if you don't know, but just curious if this is already a duplex or a single dwelling space, if you know.
The most current use is as a single-family home.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? All right, I have a couple questions. So you said you're getting ready to explain to us what the zero meant for floor area ratio.
Right. So hopefully you can see from the photograph that there's a fairly decent backyard on the east side of the house, all that area between the end of the house and the tree, and then the side yards that are, you know, roughly 5 feet or 9 feet on Birch Street. Our zoning ordinance requires that open space have a minimum dimension of 15 feet by 15 feet before it can be considered open space. So this lot probably has 50% non-pavement, non-footprint that isn't considered open space because it doesn't meet this minimum 15-foot by 15-foot dimension.
All right. So is it fair to say this is approximately a half lot?
You mean like when it was
Well,
platted?
I mean, generally it's 60 by 120, and this
Right.
is, right?
It's actually a third lot.
A third lot. Okay, so
Yes.
it's incredibly smaller than our standard lot
Correct.
size in Urbana.
Yes. And it's a corner lot, which requires a front yard on both sides.
And then I thought we changed the parking requirements to be 0.5 for 2 bedrooms, but this one has, is this a duplex with 2 bedrooms each? Is that right?
Yes, but for single-family homes and duplexes, the parking requirement is a flat 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. It's when you get into multifamily that you start doing the 0.5 and the 0.7 per bedroom.
So my question is, if this was a multifamily building, what would be the parking requirement? If you would apply that same logic?
If it was more, if it was 3 units or more?
Yes.
It would depend on whether they were 1 bedroom or studio versus 2 or more
Well, let's
bedrooms.
just pretend that the duplex follows the same rules as,
Let's say if it was 0.5 parking spaces per bedroom. That would be 2 total, correct. Good.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Oh,
To ask one
Chris?
quick one. The trees stay?
As far as I know, that isn't something that we can regulate, though. It's in the private property area. It's not a city tree.
Speaking for the neighborhood, they'll want those trees, but, okay.
Grace?
Thank you. Yeah, had some other questions here with the photos. I was wondering what's up with the sidewalk here, and I know it's maybe not particularly relevant, but in looking through the pictures, because I don't know if.
You mean the condition of it?
Yeah, with it says it's closed and it looks in really poor
That's-
condition.
So the sign and the tape are up because the house has been condemned. And they
Okay,
didn't
that's-
want anybody being in danger of a house falling down. I think that's standard practice.
Okay, so that's there for the house, not the sidewalk condition.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I was just gonna say, I assume the tree between the sidewalk and the street is a city tree.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, are there any questions for the applicant? And before we do that, I don't know which applicant is on the phone?
Chen Yu Chen.
Chen, you Chen? Can you
Hi,
hear us?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, excellent. All right, just give us a moment. Are there any questions for the applicant? No questions. All right. Well, thank you for hanging out on the phone for so long. It seems that we don't have any questions at the moment. I would entertain a motion.
Move approval of ordinance number 2024-01-002, an ordinance approving a major variance Chen Tan duplex at 312 West Illinois Street, case number ZBA 2023 MAJ03.
Second.
For approval on consent agenda.
Second.
All right, moved by Grace and seconded by Chris. Any discussion? Chris, would you take the chair for a moment?
I will take the chair and recognize Mary Alice.
Thank you. So I'm leaning towards approving this, even though kind of technically I don't really vote on this, but I just kind of wanted to walk through my rationale here. The first one is we have a condemned house. There was somebody in public input who is used to restoring houses and had mentioned that, you know, even though he restores houses, he didn't see any way to rehab this house at all. It's Danny Otto. So the existing structure seems to be unsalvageable based on some of the information that we got. This lot, I thought, was platted in the 1800s and is a third of the space that we generally have in our property lines right now. So even having somebody willing to invest to build something that could be beneficial is very nice to have in the city of Urbana. In terms of the minimum open space ratio, to me, that's just a non-starter. It just happens to be because of the lot. I know that there were some concerns about parking, but honestly, if this was working from the definitions that we had in terms of the number of parking spaces for a multifamily house, it would need 2. And the square footage only increases by 10 square feet. So those are the reasons that I'm thinking about voting for this. So I will take the chair back.
Return the chair to Mary Alice.
Thank you. Any other further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Well, it's an ordinance.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's not final action, so you can do voice vote to forward it to council.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that moves on the consent agenda to the next city council meeting. We have a final ordinance with a different ZBA case, but for the same property. So I would entertain a motion for that one.
Move ordinance number 2024-01-003, ordinance approving the major variance Chen Tan duplex at 312 West Illinois Street, case number ZBA 2023 MAJ04.
I'll second.
Moved by Grace, seconded by Chandra.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't say, but I'll say consent. I don't know if you want to re-second, since they're all on there.
Awesome. You guys are hitting my record, which is everything goes on consent. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, that means all new business next city council is on consent agenda. Marcus, thank you very much. Thank you.
For your time.
For your attendance via phone. All right, the next item on the agenda, and I appreciate everybody waiting until 10 p.m. to do this piece. I know somebody came at 6:30 this evening, so thank you. We have fire station design, final programming, so exciting.
All right, thank you. And today we get to close on a fun and exciting item with fire station design. And before we get to the pretty pictures, I'll go with a little bit of background first. So, to give some.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Speak a little bit louder. Okay, so today we have the exciting topic for fire station design, which we'll get to the fire station design, actual design presentation in just a minute by our architect. But before that, I'll go, and I'll try to go really quickly just because we're getting late in the night, a little bit of overview of the timeline and our process. A lot of it's stuff that's already occurred. It's just kind of rehashing that, but it's also just kind of bringing us up to speed since we last spoke. So the fire station design has a large interdisciplinary project team, which you can see everybody lurking in the shadows. But you have folks from different departments from the city. You have our architects, FGM architects, and then we have our construction manager as well, PJ Hare. So the purpose of tonight's meeting is to preview the design and identify any feedback that can be incorporated, just where we are with the schedule and the process. There is a limit to how much we can incorporate and still meet our schedule. But if there is something that we can, we're happy to do it. And today really marks a transition where we go from the design phase to the implementation phase, where we finalize our budget, we go out to bid, and then we build these things. So if you're familiar, so just to lead off, we'll kind of go over the decision-making framework that we had as we approached this project. If you're familiar with kind of project management literature, you'll know about the triple constraint, where any project is framed by the scope, time, and cost. So for us, we really started with the scope, where the programming assessment that we have really dictated the design. And this scope that we have, this program that we have meets our operational minimum standards, and it incorporates council direction and public feedback. For this project, we are under a little bit of a time clock here. There's no such thing as free money, and we have $2.5 million in DCO funds that we need to be spend on a schedule. So that's really driving a little bit of the speed that we have in this process, although there's other time costs such as delay in the bid cycle and kind of internal capacity as we juggle multiple construction projects. From a cost perspective, we kind of took a value-added philosophy where we weighed operational gains and future needs along with the CIP allocation. The city has a very long-term outlook, life cycle, so long-term thought horizon, so we wanted to be conscientious of future growth and kind of the overall life cycle costs as we build these stations. We'll talk about it a little bit more, but with where we are when it comes to kind of the wants, when it comes to the fire operations or the upgrades, at this point, those kind of all got valued, engineered out of the project. But it still meets our minimum scope. So going over the timeline, and I won't read it all, but you can see this project has a long history going back to 2019 when we did our facilities master plan. And if you go back, you can probably go back further to when our facility staff thought we needed a master plan for our facility. So it's been a long time coming. But once we did the facility master plan, we started incorporating that unprogrammed space into our CIP just to start getting it in there. We hired our FGMA for our architecture and engineering services, where we started doing our programming analysis to figure out what do we actually need these stations to be. So we worked based off of that, some back of the envelope construction costs into our budget and our CIP, and then working it into the fiscal year budget. And then this fall, we completed our schematic design where the estimated construction costs at that time were a little bit higher, and I'll kind of go over through the changes of costs over time. We had in late fall our 10% design development drawings, and at that point, we had our construction manager on board, and we had an updated set of construction cost estimates, and those stations at that point were $15.1 million. So since then, we've tried to take either a hatchet where we could or a scalpel and kind of trim it down as much as we could. And right now, where we're sitting at the 50% design development drawings, at a $14.4 million construction cost, which is about a $700,000 net reduction. So since those costs have increased over time and above what's in our CIP allocation, I just want to take a minute to kind of go over some of the main drivers. There's a lot of rounding, and this isn't everything, but it's kind of the big picture, so it doesn't quite add up to 4.4. But the first one is our construction costs on a square foot basis on the original program have increased from about 570 when we did the programming analysis to 675 now. So that's about 1.8 million total. Included in that 1.8, there's some unanticipated site work that we didn't know about. The soils are not great when it comes to construction and building on top of them. We've also included at this point, since the last iteration of design, geothermal, and I'll get into that in a little bit more. We also currently have, from a cost perspective, $400,000 needed to upgrade the electrical service at both stations. We think by the time we get to the final design, we might be able to eliminate this based off the load calculations, but we really won't know until we get there. So for now, it's in the cost. And then you have about $200,000 in just general increase, which is only about $10 per square foot. So that's not bad, kind of your general inflationary factor. The size of the stations has also increased from when we did our first programming analysis, and a lot of this, when we did our program, there was for the one program, which is 2 bays and 6 bunks, and the idea was to have these 2 different bid alternates, one for a 3rd bay and the other one for additional bunks. So as we started to contemplate those 2, we realized you have to right-size the interior spaces to fit those future expansions. You can't really expand the kitchen 20 years down the line without it being cost prohibitive. So there was some square footage that we had to increase there. Also looking for, forward thinking, we had to adjust our bay size so that we could accommodate all types of apparatus, not just the ones that we have existing at those stations. So those 2 added about $1 million to the cost. We also, and I'll talk about this a little bit more on a future slide, that bid alternate of this 2 extra bunks based off the 10% design development drawings, we went ahead and incorporated that, and I have a slide dedicated to that. And then when you put it all together from Excel to design, the Tetris doesn't fit perfectly. There's circulation, configuration, grossing factor, site layout. So there's a little bit of just, a little bit bigger overall, but all things considered, that's just kind of how it all fits together. And from our 10% design drawing, we've, we've had about 1.3 in gross reductions, and then we added geothermal in. So going over the 2 kind of main changes to the program was geothermal. And so we included this as part of the base bid. One of the things as we were going through the alternates is it requires designing a whole different electrical system and mechanical system, which has a cost to it. We also expect, based off some recent changes, to get a rebate after it's all constructed. And then also the idea of energy efficiency is in line with past council goals, and based off of some of the discussions, we kind of thought it was in line with, we anticipate it being included in future ones, so we thought it was in line with kind of what everybody's desires were. And the other, the larger, more costly change to the program was the addition of the 2nd bunks. So I kind of talked about how we first had to right-size the internal space to accommodate any future expansion. And when we started trying to put it all together at the 10% design drawing level, just all the things that we wanted to do just kind of became a little bit too complicated to have in one set of drawings. They kind of needed their own set of architectural and engineering drawings. So at this point in the game, it kind of added, potentially would add some cost just to design these alternates from a design perspective. But then it also has some time costs, could potentially delay our bidding cycle. And then which also has a grant forfeiture risk. So those are the max costs that could have, was the risk associated with that. So we deemed it to be the most the most financially cost-effective option while also preserving future flexibility for the station. So from the cost perspective, you can kind of look at the numbers, but I also want to take a moment real quickly just to kind of go over the demand for the space, and we think there's the rationale for that too. So if you look at calls for service, and this data is from a much larger slide deck, so I've just, for today's presentation, tried to make it as small as possible while touching on the main points. But in the past 6 years, we've seen a 38% increase in calls for service. So those are incidents, and our already busiest stations have seen the greatest increase of calls. So the situation at Station 2 is especially acute with the increase of calls for service. Not only are there calls for increasing, but the type of calls that we're receiving are also shifting, so that kind of speaks towards having future flexibility as well. And all this over the past 6 years is the same number of apparatus. So just a real quick point, the design team, we're not necessarily speculating how that future space will be programmed or how it will be utilized, and there are a lot of future studies that are going on and future impacts that will inform our decisions. But we know those things in the pipelines, and we just expect that there could very easily be use for that extra space in the not too distant future. So I'll just shoot through some graphs, kind of go over what I just said. You can see we went from about 5,000 incidents pre-COVID to about 6,500 last fiscal year. And you'll kind of see here how Stations 1 and Stations 2 have seen the greatest increase, with Stations 2 now doing over 2,000 calls a year. So since 2007 pre-COVID average, it's over 2 additional calls a day that we're seeing there. And you'll see while all calls are increasing, rescue and EMS types of calls are outpacing all the other ones, just kind of showing the composition has changed. And so there's a lot that goes into it, but if you're kind of looking forward, there's a lot we don't know from exogenous, external to the city, whether it's population or how people use EMS service, as well as future considerations of the public safety model. But the lines you'll see here are just illustrative examples of how that growth rate could continue. So it's not unreasonable to think that if this growth rate continues, we'll see an even more number of calls in fiscal year, although we really don't know exactly where we'll end up at. But it all just goes to show that there's a strong demand for that space, in addition to it just being kind of the cost-effective perspective from a design perspective. So just getting into next steps real quick before I'll get to the fun stuff. After today's presentation, we'll follow up with a budget amendment for what we expect to be the final estimated cost. We'll go out to bid in March, and then once we accept the bid, because we've gone with the construction manager approach, we'll have cost certainty at that time, so that should be the locked-in figure. We'll begin construction in May, and as of now, it's expected to be about a year-long construction process. And then, of course, there's that deadline to spend the funds this year. So I'll just go ahead and turn it over, and we can do all the fun stuff.
I had a quick question. So you were talking about the different things that increased the amounts. That's double, right? So since we're doing 2 stations.
That's total.
That's total.
So, yeah.
So if you divide by 2, it's per station.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was a total cost for everything.
That's a very important factor.
Oops.
And as Will said, I get the fun part to be able to actually share the progress of where we've been. I actually, when I was building the slide deck, I brought it, I took the last one that I did, and it was January 11th, 2023, so almost a year ago. So definitely a good progress point to be able to bring information to you. Good?
Yeah, just had to find it again.
So again, obviously the existing Station 2 and 3, we have been working on this now quite a bit. We are at about, in fact, my team is collecting a 50% construction documents today so that we can review and coordinate internally. As Will said, we are gathering all documentation with the construction manager and PJ Hare, and we are going to be bidding this in March. So a lot of progress to happen in the next month and a half. To give you context on site, so this is Station 2 overall, and I'll kind of zoom in just as a process. So Station 2 is still representative of what was shown previously. What you see there, the dark gray being Station 2, main discharge going to the left towards Philo Road. You do see the rear parking and access to the drive-through bays off of Mumford. There, as Will said, we are working on a geothermal heat system, and you can see the dashed line to the right of the rear parking area. That would be the location of the wells. There is an anticipation, at least on this larger parcel, that if there was a need for some type of outstructure, and that's what that other piece is, for expansion and capacity in terms of vehicle storage. So we're just showing that on all our plans to make sure that no utilities go through there and that all detention needs are met in the process. Landscape has begun through. So the site is very representative of what we had shown previously to you. This is Station 3. This one, last time, there was no site. We were talking hypothetical. So this one on Bradley has your main discharge. It is almost identical to the other site, just smaller. So again, your main discharge off of Bradley with your side return off of Goodwin. In this instance, we do need to provide storm detention, and we're shifting the locations of the geothermal wells where the outbuilding was on Station 2. The plans as they're shown, this gives you a little bit, this is a lot more detail than you've seen previously. So the yellow being the bays as they're as located. The green areas are the base support areas. So these are all the rooms such as decon, turnout gear. These are the spaces that are serving the actual bays themselves, the support space. It's good to note that via the building code requirement that the turnout gear room is also going to double as a storm shelter for an EF5 tornado. So that is a safety piece for your occupants of the firefighters. The blue that you see is the living quarters. On the right side are the bunk rooms and the toilet rooms, so that'd be your private quarters. And in the middle on the bottom is more of your day function, and you can see a fitness space there. Red being offices, so that's your watch office and officers' offices. And the dark gray being support space, that's your mechanical, electrical, IT rooms. The only thing difference between Station 2 and Station 3 is really this orange space. So at Station 2, it is the training community room that is located there. So that's a public space that's isolated from the rest of the station, but it gives them the function that's necessary to operate. But it's only at this location. What you see on Station 3 in context is that area now becomes offices that were talked about in the program, so that the stations are identical except for those areas. In fact, the outline of the training room itself is the same. We're just outfitting the inside with the offices themselves. Here are some exterior elevations. So this is more of a 2D, just to kind of give you context. Part of the value engineering that we've been working through with the team was to be able to try to find ways to cut budget but still maintain program. So what you'll see is a variety of different materials on the outside, everything from brick to different levels of concrete siding, like a hardy board type application in the process, shingled roofs, windows. You can kind of see everything that's coming into play. Again, two-dimensional elevations. These are done on angles, and you may not be able to understand these as clean just because it's not what you guys do every day, but that's why we do these. This should be a lot easier to understand. So this would be, again, and both stations are identical. So this is from the corner that we're trying to provide. So this is a high priority piece. You can see the hose tower prominent up front. The entry where we kind of have ghosted in the single person there, that would be the main entry to the station. The left side being the bunk rooms that you're looking at on the private quarters, with the bays at the far side. And then if you take it from the other side, similarly, this is the bays, the doors, and then you can see the different varieties of the brick and siding applications with the hose tower still prominent. We also did we've been working on the interiors. Our interiors group have been working through the materials and selections. So these would be some examples of some of the interior spaces, in the upper left being of the kitchen, upper right, looking the opposite way, is the day room. Bottom right is kind of in between the two spaces that you're talking about, with the bottom left and the center left being the main aisle that the firefighters would be traversing to get to the bays. In fact, the middle picture, that door that is right prominent, is actually the door that would be going into the main lobby. So all the colors, materials, things like that are meant to be durable. We've been working through all this process for efficiencies, but also being able to look for any buying capacity that we can do to keep things open and spec'd. And I'm doing this nice, short, and sweet.
All right, questions? Chris?
Thank you for the presentation. So 14.1 million, correct?
14.4.
4, okay. Minus 2.5 of the Department of Commerce and the 2 grants, right? So
Yeah, so
so that leaves us about 12 million that we're going to actually take out a loan for, correct?
yes.
And that includes the 46% inflation?
The 14.4 million is the final figure with all inflation to date incorporated into it.
Okay. What about the interest?
No, so the 14.4 is just the cost to build it. Any financing costs are not incorporated into that figure.
So we're going to add the interest to the 14.1 million, right?
Yeah, if we issue debt, we would pay additional cost to service that debt, correct?
Correct, okay. Do you have the construction companies? I see a very tight time schedule. Do you already have the construction companies picked out?
So we have a contract with PJ Hare, who will be a construction manager for this project. So we have the top one, our construction manager selected, and then we'll go out to bid where different trades will submit bids, and then we'll select, based off the bid prices, different contractors for different components of the project then.
PJ who? Could you say that?
PJ Hare, it's a company out of Bloomington or Normal, I forget, one of the Bloomington Normal area.
Was that competitively bidded already, or how did that happen?
So the city did an RFP for construction management services. We got, 7 or 8 responses, and we reviewed them, interviewed multiple firms, and then we selected PJ Hare based off the quality of the work and, a totality of factors.
Okay, so the DCEO grant requires 10% of either minority or women-owned contractors. Is that 10% of 2.5 million or 10% of the whole 14.4?
I do not know the specifics of the DCO language on that. I don't know if Tim knows offhand or Mr. Garcia.
Of that 2.5. Okay. Have those contractors been selected yet, or is it too early for that? There's no contractors. Yeah, we just got the big overall. Okay, got it. Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Grace?
Thanks for the updates here. I'm trying to understand the process. Is there going to be an approval of these designs by council? It sounds like we're going straight into a budget amendment and then to bid. And I just didn't know if approving the designs was a part of the process.
No. So there's not an approval mechanism on the designs themselves. the approval steps on the budget for the project, which we would bring in February before we got to bid. That being said, if there's comments in the design that we can incorporate and still meet our schedule, we're happy to listen to it and see what we can do.
Okay, and I'm also, you know, obviously willing to wait for all the details February 5th, but I'm really curious what type of budget amendment would be presented with grants and what we've already allocated. What's the next ask coming up in a few weeks?
The CIP has, I think, well, there was I can go back a little bit. Actually, that's not mine. It's this, no, sorry. All right, just because we're running time. So the CIP, the programming, the CIP had about $9.5 million in there. So the budget amendment would be for the gap between that 9.5 allocated in the CIP based off of the programming analysis that we did last year, and then the 14.4, or might wiggle a little bit before we get to it. So it's about, actually, I'll just pull up the slide because it says exactly.
And while you're pulling that up, if I also may just say that I would appreciate if we could have not only the slides, but also the designs in a format that's a little more readable. Like, I can't really distinguish what's going on in each room. And I also feel like we've kind of swung the way of doing this a little bit. I feel like in the beginning, it was very much like we straw poll voted on how many bays and how many rooms and how many things we wanted at a detailed kind of level with council. We got some public input, and I don't know if it's because of the fear of taking longer and adding even more costs, but I feel like we've kind of swung the other way now, and it's just kind of like, well, no, we don't design it. This is the first time we've seen this, and we can barely see it, and then next we'll be asked to put down however many millions of more dollars without really understanding the design that we've landed on.
So before we move on, I need a motion to extend the meeting.
I'd move to extend till 11.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on extending the meeting until 11? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? All right, we are meeting till 11. 30 minutes.
So did
Sorry,
you have,
Grace, you had.
was there a specific, sorry, I lost track. Did you have a specific question you had, or?
No, not with that piece. I appreciate if you were finding something to the previous question. The rest was just me asking if we could have the designs and then stating some opinions in this discussion.
Yeah, we'll send out the slides.
I'm sorry, were you looking for an answer about the CIP increase?
Yeah, so it's about $4.5 million greater than what was we had put in the CIP from the allocation process. So that'll be the difference. Then I kind of talked a little bit about what the construction manager approach. And Tim can correct me if I get the wording wrong, but it's a construction manager at risk. So when we do our final set of construction drawings that Jason was talking about, and we go out to bid, and once we accept the bid, that will be what we pay. So so once we accept the bids, the construction manager is therefore responsible for making sure we meet those price targets. So you shouldn't, after we accept the bids, that'll be the last time we come to you, and that's why we want to get the budget set before we go out to bid. So that's that process.
James. Sorry.
All right, thank you. I did have a question. If you could give me just an idea of what some of the bigger items that went out with the value engineering that were in their original program.
I don't have the list on me now.
Sure, sure the chief knows.
Mike Phillip knows.
I mean, we had a really pretty detailed list of items that were needed, and I kind of felt like this reflects a lot of our input that through the various stages that we, said what areas we wanted. And I feel like I've been informed when we had to give up on the extra bay process and why of that. But there were like safety and other things that we were in there that we were looking for. I'd just like to know if anything significant that we talked about as really needed has gone out the window.
No, so I brushed sorry for going too fast maybe, but, I started with we started with that program analysis, and that was our scope. So we haven't reduced the scope of all the major components that we said we needed. Nothing like that's been reduced. Things like the amount of brickwork and changing that to the different type of siding, that was one of them. I know that was a big ticket item. There were the way the canopies and the entrances worked out, it was a fantastic look, but it was more expensive than just kind of having just the bare minimum required from code from an overhang perspective for the MAPEs. So, and that was a significant cost. There's less sidewalk around we kind of originally in the first design had a loop of site work of sidewalk for walking and things like that, and so we got rid of the extra sidewalk. So a combination of a lot of little things, of kind of those little extra touches, different finishes, different types of, whether it's tile or solid surface or this or that, just going with something that meets our standards, that meets the minimum operational, but maybe, there's a cost trade-off. And
the amount of glazing was another piece that was looked at. Material selection on the exterior, as Will said, was a key component. And then obviously with the future capacity, we were trying to make sure that we were spending on today versus tomorrow and just leaving it so that we're not having to undo work later. So all those pieces were done with the team and the construction manager to try to maximize the dollars.
So we gave up on a number of finishing things that were nice to have, maybe better, but not necessary.
Yeah.
We didn't skimp on any of the things that are needed to improve the safety of our firefighters or the comfort of their bedrooms or bathrooms and such.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chris?
Will the calls for service statistics, does that cover all of 2023 as well?
That's fiscal year 2023 was that particular analysis. So it was from July 1st to July 1st. So it ended a while ago, or June 30th.
June
July,
30th
sorry.
of 2023. Okay, thank you.
I gotta get, not quite in budget cycle yet.
Other questions? So from staff, I guess this is just an update. You're not expecting anything, any direction from the committee, is that correct?
No, nothing formal. If there's comments or concerns about the particular stations, we really, at this point, transitioning to implementation, when we come for the budget, if we have to take a step back at this point, that really throws our construction schedule, especially with the grants and the bid cycle, into the loop. So if there's concerns that you have now, we want to hear them now, but there's no official action item.
The only other thing I would say is it would be nice if we could put this online so that the community can also see this. I'm not entirely sure what that would be, but it would be nice for us to be able to direct people to it. Chris?
Is Elizabeth going to provide a shopping of banks that are going to provide the loan and the prices of the interest? Oh. Carol, would you know that, or?
I don't think we're going to be borrowing the money from a bank, but
I mean, whatever. I mean, however.
yeah, if I remember correctly, this. I'm not going to. I get a couple of different things mixed up, so I don't want to say something that actually applies to another project.
Well, so without knowing the specifics of the particular one, I know we've retained bond counsel, and she's been evaluating different approaches. So I don't know the specifics of what we've done, but I know it's been a point of analysis of how the most efficient way of doing this.
Chandra?
I know you mentioned having the women-owned business and minority-owned business on the 2.5 DCEO money. Will that be applied to the rest of the dealings too? Are we going to try to prioritize contractors in that area?
Yes. So the DCO money that's the requirement is only for their money, but that is an aspirational goal that we have for this project, and that's something when we went out for our construction manager firms, we said we wanted to have robust participation, and the different respondents talked about how they've had past success, and that was one of the factors that ultimately led us to our selection was the past success of our particular contractor.
All right, Chris, I'm going to say one more question.
Yeah, can you
Okay.
give me one more? Okay. So will all the contractors have to abide by Section 2-119 of our code, where the workforce has to be diversified and they have to submit EEO paperwork to the Human Relations Commission?
I think Tim can answer that one, but yeah, I'll just let.
Yeah, I mean, technically, all contracts and subcontracts are then subject to the same provisions of the primary contract.
All right, does anybody else have any other questions? All right, well, we look forward to looking at this in more detail. Thank you to all the people who stayed so late tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have one final thing. Council input and communications. Is there anybody who would like to provide input or communication tonight? Grace.
Thanks. Just got a few things in my 3 minutes. I wanted to thank the public for some of their continued input on quite a few issues. Just take my few minutes to say that I do still support a ceasefire resolution that promotes peace in a complex situation of some with the intention of mutual destruction and for many, way too many casualties. Also want to thank all of those who have been working to keep people warm and sheltered in our really cold weather lately. And another point about the council goals, just wanted to help remind us all, as I'm reminding myself, that Will wanted those by this Thursday, I think, right, the 18th, as soon as possible. I'm halfway through. I've been holding off until probably tomorrow. Sorry. So just helpful reminder to other council members so we can keep that moving. And next week, I plan to probably add a discussion about council goals. I know that we have something scheduled with Kyle or Kevin or whoever our mediator is. And I think that's still wonderful. I think it would be important before then to also clarify some of the goals. I know that I've added a few that I would like to maybe speak on so people can understand before we're doing straw poll voting. And there's a few that were also added by council members or maybe amended by staff that I had some questions and would like some clarification on before I can really decide on that. So just wanted to give a heads up. I don't think that we need the full staff present. I think we could take notes on questions for them to answer later. But I think it would be important for council to just talk about clarifying some of the goals before we decide on which ones to include.
James.
Yeah, I would like to echo Grace's comments on thanking those in the community who have been working during this cold time to support the homeless and what we heard from Township earlier tonight. I also want to say thanks to our city staff, particularly ones that have to work in these elements to respond to anything that may go wrong in the city, and appreciate your efforts in these times that make it really difficult to do the work.
Chandra.
I want to announce that next Sunday, the East Central Illinois Building and Construction Trades Council is having sort of like a job hiring expo where from plumbers to electricians, carpenters to laborers, unions provide guaranteed wages with the many starting at $22 an hour, building a total hourly package over $77 per hour. It's being held this Sunday at 3 p.m. at the UA Local 149. That's 1003 North Dunlap in Savoy. 20 labor local unions will be represented, and they're currently accepting applications, and this is the last month of the year last month to apply for the year of apprenticeship classes. So.
All right, Chris.
Wanted to make an announcement that this Thursday at 6:30 at New Covenant Fellowship Church on White Street near downtown Champaign will be the Champaign-Urbana Reparations Coalition meeting at 6:30 at New Covenant Fellowship Church. All are welcome.
Diane?
And just a reminder, on Friday, January 19th, so coming up this Friday, 5 o'clock at King's School, city staff will be present to provide information about the Dr. Ellis Sewer Lateral Lining Project and associated work. This is, again, funded by ARPA allocations, and it's a long-awaited project in the Dr. Ellis neighborhood. So this is for mainly the neighborhood residents, but anyone is, of course, welcome to attend. 5 o'clock, King School, Friday the 19th. And also just a reminder that we have opened up participation by the public to our City Council ward map redistricting. So you can go to the City of Urbana homepage, and the link is there to take you to the process. And we'll be accepting suggested maps from anyone who wants to submit them, including city council members, until about February 15th. Thank you.
All right. Jan, no? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, for hanging out. This meeting's adjourned.